Chapter 32-33. An unimaginable pressure hit him in the face. It was as if the mountain-like monster was not standing in front of him, but was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that sharp stone pillars had grown out of the stone man's body. They were like barbs, and there was evil fire all over his body. Stone fire. Michi's eyes narrowed. He had some eyesight and recognized some traces from the aura emitted by the embodiment. But why would the stone fire appear here? He had heard in his early years that there was a holy spirit stone fire in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory. It had even destroyed a black tortoise sect. He did not know if it was the one in front of him. What made him even more puzzled was, when did the stone fire become so huge? The information about the holy spirits was public. Anyone could collect some information as long as they wanted to. Therefore, Michi was not unfamiliar with the stone fire, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. As far as he knew, even if the stone fire had some secret techniques that could make its body bigger or smaller, it was absolutely impossible for it to become so huge. It was really strange. However, he did not know that the stone fire in front of him was the stone mongoose. It had once swallowed a floating continent. Although it had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to quench all the impurities, if the embodiment wanted to, it could become even bigger. So what if it was 400 to 500 feet? Yang Kai's 200 feet dragon body could only carry its shoes in front of it. The roar stopped, and the embodiment's eyes were wide open. It was ferocious like an angry King Kong as it looked down. A fist bigger than a palace was clenched tightly. It bent its arm back and smashed down. Before the attack arrived, the ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Michi's expression changed drastically. He was no longer as calm as before. The High Sky Sect's sect protection formation was indeed extraordinary. If he personally presided over it, it could withstand the attacks of the three monster kings without any damage. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he had no confidence at all. Most of the formations in the world could be broken by force. If it could not be broken, then it meant that there was not enough force. Michi couldn't imagine how powerful this unimaginably huge stone fire was, nor did he dare to imagine it. In a hurry, he waved the array flags in his hand again and again, sending out beams of mystic light that struck the light screen of the array. The light screen lit up and seemed to become much more dazzling. Boom! The practicing body's fist smashed down, and the entire High Sky Sect shook. Countless houses collapsed in an instant, and dust flew everywhere. Many figures rushed up to the sky and looked around blankly. When they saw the huge figure in the distance, they were all dumbfounded. Although the High Sky Sect was protected by the formation, and as long as the formation was not broken, outsiders would not be able to force their way in. However, the Dharmakeya's punch was made up of the purest form of power. Even the sect protection formation could not completely eliminate it. Instead, under the influence of the formation, it spread to all parts of the High Sky Sect. Near and far, the High Sky Sect was a mess. The place where Michi and the others were standing was even more terrifying. When the huge fist smashed down, everyone could not help but feel that the sky was falling. The power of the fist turned into a shockwave, causing sand and stones to fly around in a large area and the sun and moon to dim. Asterisk puff puff puff. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as blood and flesh splattered. Some of the High Sky Sect disciples with low cultivation were shattered into pieces by the invisible shockwave, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. Only the cultivator above the Tao source realm managed to survive, but their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Michi was shocked. He did not care about the life and death of some of the disciples with low cultivation at the moment. His eyes were fixed on a spot on the formation's light screen, where the practicing body's fist had smashed down. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the seemingly impregnable formation's light screen, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the cracks had stretched for thousands of meters. Michi was shocked. Although he knew that the power of the monster's punch was absolutely not to be underestimated, he did not expect it to be so violent. Is this the power of the stone fire? The stone fire does not seem to be strong. Seeing the monster raise its fist again, Chi did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the array flag in his hand, and under the surge of his Emperor Qi, a stream of light shot out. The shaking light screen gradually stabilized, and the cracks that appeared gradually disappeared under his efforts. Before he could catch his breath, the second punch had already smashed down. This punch did not seem to have hit the High Sky Sect's sect-protecting array, but rather Chi's heart. It made his hair stand on end, and he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The same situation as before appeared again. The entire High Sky Sect shook violently again, and more buildings collapsed. Fortunately, seeing that the situation was not good, the cultivators of the Emperor Realm behind Chi cast their spells to resist, blocking the shockwave that came from afar, preventing the disciples with low cultivation from suffering any more damage. Kacha. There was a crisp sound, and cracks appeared on the light screen of the grand array that had just been repaired. There were more and more cracks than before, and the distance was even longer. Chi was scared out of his wits, and once again waved the array flag to stabilize the grand array. The embodiment's fist that was raised again made him feel desperate. The sect-protecting array that he was so proud of did not seem to be able to protect the High Sky Sect. It could be said that 90% of the arrays in the world could not withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. He roared, "Elders, help me." As his voice rang out, the cultivators of the Emperor Realm behind him seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly took out their array flags, which were all array flags that controlled the sect-protecting array. However, the one in Chi's hand was the main array flag, and the ones in their hands were just sub-array flags. Everyone's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. As the array flags were waved, the light screen of the grand array rippled with a dim light, and the cracks were slowly mended. The embodiment shook its head. It seemed to be a little angry that the power of its 2 punches did not manage to break the array. It suddenly clasped its palms together, raised them high, and smashed them down. "We can't block it. We definitely can't block it." Although the attack had yet to land, whether it was Chi or the elders and protectors of the Emperor Realm, this thought emerged in their minds. It was an instinctive feeling. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the embodiment's 3rd punch landed, the shaking light screen of the grand array suddenly stiffened. Then, with the 2 punches as the center, dense cracks spread out in all directions. Under the horrified gaze of the High Sky Sect, the light screen suddenly collapsed. The sect-protecting array had been broken. Hundreds of feet away, the 3 Monster Kings figures shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the Emperor Realm of the High Sky Sect. They did not give them any time to react at all. Ing Fei's speed was faster. He took the lead, and Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei followed closely behind. When the sky was filled with claw shadows, the High Sky Sect of the Emperor Realm of the High Sky Sect, who had yet to accept the fact that the grand array had been broken, could only parry Ing Fei's attacks. They could not fight back at all. The difference in cultivation was obvious. The High Sky Sect only had Chi, who was a 3rd-level Emperor Realm Master. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for Ing Fei, let alone the rest of the people. Shi Lei's body flashed with green lightning. He did not care about anything and directly rushed in front of Chi. He grinned maliciously. "You want to do this the hard way? Give me your life." He grabbed Chi's head with his huge palms. Chi threw out the battle flag in his hand and quickly summoned an artifact that looked like a steel ring. He clashed with Shi Lei. The grief, anger, and fear in his heart were indescribable. Xie Wuwei followed closely behind Shi Lei. In a flash, a huge scorpion shadow appeared behind him. It shook its head and wagged its tail. The scorpion stinger on its tail glowed with a green light. At first glance, it was extremely poisonous. Its whole body shook, and a cloud of green mist exploded. It directly enveloped 4 or 5 people of the Emperor Realm. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cries of alarm could be heard from inside. No one knew what the situation was like. As soon as the 3 Monster King appeared, they took over all the higher-ups of the High Sky Sect. Li Jiao raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" Although he came here to cheer for Yang Kai, he naturally could not just sit on the sidelines. Since things had already come to this, he might as well go all the way. Helping Yang Kai take down the High Sky sect was the best thing to do. The group of elders from the Fire Dragon Palace was still in a daze. The scene in front of them was simply too difficult to accept. The High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory. They had both stood in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, but now, Yang Kai had easily broken their sect defending array. They had always thought that Yang Kai could destroy the Seeking Passion sect by luck. Who told the Seeking Passion sect to run to Ice Heart Valley to court death? But now, it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. The High Sky sect's array was broken so easily. If the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Heaven Palace became enemies, they would not have a good ending. Everyone originally thought that Li Jiao's decision to follow Yang Kai's lead was a bit of a loss of prestige, but now it seemed that the palace master was not incompetent, but had foresight. At this moment, when they heard Li Jiao's shout, they all came back to their senses and hurriedly chased after Li Jiao. They might not be willing to fight the High Sky sect head-on, but they were willing to beat a drowning dog. The people from the High Sky sect instantly complained. The three Monster King had already suppressed all of them, and now Li Jiao led a group of people from the Emperor realm who were not inferior to them in numbers to join the battle. How could they win? In an instant, they were completely suppressed. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were beaten until they vomited blood and lay on the ground. Michi roared in grief and indignation. Li Jiao, you and I are irreconcilable. It was fine if Yang Kai came to deal with him, but Li Jiao also intervened. It was really difficult for Michi to accept. Li Jiao sent a High Sky sect elder flying with a palm and coldly snorted, Michi, a wise man submits to circumstances. It is not too late to bow to Palace Master Yang, otherwise, I'm afraid it will end with regret. Wishful thinking. Michi gritted his teeth and roared. He still had some backbone. The main thing was that he still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Seeing Shi Lei's lightning bolt coming at him, he took the opportunity to fly out and roared, Elder Tao, save me. On a mountain peak not far away, the white-haired Elder Tao was speechless. He had only come to eat some fruits and drink some wine, but he actually encountered this kind of thing. At this point, if he still could not guess Michi's intentions, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, as the saying goes, one who takes advantage of others goes soft. Michi had been polite to him all these years. Every year, when the blue jade fruit ripened, he would invite him over. It was fine if he did not encounter this kind of thing, but since he had encountered it, it was not right to just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, Michi had already shouted, so it would be too much if he continued to pretend that he did not know. With a long sigh, Elder Tao tapped his foot and floated over. Chapter 32-34. Although Old Tao's appearance wasn't very impressive, his sleeves still fluttered in the wind as he flew over, giving him a sage-like appearance. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was shockingly at the level of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Ing Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and sneered. He moved like lightning and subdued the last High Sky sect elder, placed a seal on his body, and sealed his cultivation. Then, his figure fluttered left and right as he flew towards Old Tao. There were 32 Monster Kings in the savage, desolate, ancient land. In terms of strength, the eagle might not be in the top 3, but in terms of speed, no one could compare to it. Even the 3 Saint Spirits would have to admit that they were inferior. In the blink of an eye, Ing Fei was only 1,000 feet away from Old Tao, and he was still rapidly approaching. Old Tao, who was flying towards him, didn't change his expression. He patted a cloth bag on his waist and threw it towards Ing Fei. The cloth bag opened in the wind and aimed at Ing Fei. A strong suction force came from it, causing a strong wind to blow. Ing Fei didn't act carelessly when he saw this. He didn't know what kind of artifact this cloth bag was, but since it was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, its power couldn't be weak. He zigzagged and tried to avoid the cloth bag. Who would have thought that the cloth bag would suddenly expand rapidly, becoming larger than a house in an instant? Moreover, a large green hand shot out from the bag, directly grabbing at Ing Fei. Ing Fei was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but he was shocked to find that the monster qi in his body was boiling unstably, as if it had been disturbed by something. Caught off guard, He was caught by the large handprint and his face contorted in pain. After grabbing Ing Fei, the giant green hand immediately retracted back into the cloth bag. Ing Fei also disappeared at the same time. Old Tao raised his hand and took back the cloth bag. Old Ing. Shi Lei's expression changed dramatically as he cried out in surprise. He looked at the cloth bag with fear. As a fellow Monster King, he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with Flying Eagle. But now, this Monster King, who was known for his speed, was captured by a cloth bag without being able to fight back. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the white-haired old man's ability, but rather the power of the bag artifact. Yang Kai didn't know what this bag artifact was, but it actually had such a miraculous effect. On the other side, Xiao Wei's poisonous fog was also tumbling violently. It could be seen that his emotions were fluctuating violently. Mi Qi, who was being beaten back by Rhino Lei, laughed loudly. Thank you, Elder Tao. His meticulous preparations had indeed come in handy. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire his foresight. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, Old Tao might not have been able to deal with them so easily, but this was the Monster King. Old Tao was the best at dealing with monster beasts. Taking advantage of Shi Lei's distraction, Mi Qi quickly retreated and broke free from Shi Lei's entanglement. He stood next to Old Tao and cupped his hands. Old Tao, this group of thieves has gone too far. Please help me. Old Tao nodded expressionlessly. Sure. Since things had already gotten to this point, he might as well go all the way. Moreover, the sudden appearance of 3 Monster Kings had surprised him. Once he captured these 3 Monster Kings, his mission would be completed. Even without Mi Qi's request, he would have continued. Die, old dog. Arcs of lightning wrapped around Shi Lei's body as the phantom of a vicious beast flashed behind him. He was obviously furious. He originally thought that following Yang Kai to the High Sky sect would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that Flying Eagle would be captured in just a single exchange? Flying Eagle's capture was a disgrace to the savage, desolate, ancient land. How could Shi Lei let this go? In the face of Shi Lei's raging anger, Old Tao's expression did not change. His reply was incomparably direct as he threw the cloth bag in his hand again. Shi Lei's rushing figure came to a sudden halt. He looked up and saw that the cloth bag had opened up above his head and was emitting a powerful suction force. That wasn't all. With his strength, he could completely resist the suction force. The key point was that the big cyan handprint shot out from the cloth bag. As soon as the handprint shot out, Shi Lei felt his monster chi become somewhat chaotic. This scared him out of his wits, and he immediately understood how Flying Eagle had fallen for it. Before he could resist, the cyan handprint grabbed him and directly dragged him back into the cloth bag. This time, Old Tao did not put the cloth bag away. Instead, he made a hand seal and the cloth bag turned, aiming at the poisonous fog in the air. The poisonous fog was released by Xiao Wei. As soon as the battle started, he dragged several High Sky sect disciples from the Emperor Realm into it. No one knew what was going on inside, but from the cries of a group of High Sky sect elders, they knew that Xiao Wei had the upper hand. The cyan handprint appeared again, but it was slightly dimmer than before. It seemed that this cyan handprint was a consumable that would disappear after a few uses. However, with Flying Eagle and Shi Lei as an example, Xiao Wei did not dare to lower his guard. The poisonous fog rolled, and Xiao Wei's figure suddenly rushed out, quickly escaping toward Yang Kai. The cyan handprint was like a maggot that could not be shaken off. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Before Xiao Wei could escape far, it caught him and quickly pulled him back. After Xiao Wei was put into the cloth bag, Old Tao made a hand seal, and the cloth bag tightened. It floated back to his hand, and he hung it on his waist. This unforeseen event could be said to have happened in a flash, and it made people's eyes unable to connect. The 3 Monster Kings were full of fighting spirit, and they came with great momentum. The people of the High Sky sect originally had no power to resist, but the situation was resolved by a white-haired old man and a strange cloth bag. Everyone was stunned. Li Jiao and the group of Fire Dragon Palace disciples from the Emperor Realm did not dare to rush forward. They just looked like they were going to attack, and they retreated in horror. The three monster kings were not the white-haired old man's match, so how could they be strong enough? Michi obviously did not expect things to be so easy. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed out loud and was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai, who was standing beside Old Tao with his fingers twitching, said, "Little thief, how dare you offend the High Sky sect? Today is the day you die." Old Tao raised a wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. When he heard this, he glanced at Michi. He knew that Michi was using his power to intimidate others, but he did not say anything. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip, and it was not a loss to let him borrow some power. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear anything. He just stared at the white-haired old man who did not look very good. This trip was originally to make an example of the High Sky sect, but before he could do so, the three monster kings were taken in by them. What the hell was going on? It was not that he did not want to save Xia Wuwei, but it happened too fast. He did not have time to react when Ing Fei and Shi Lei were caught. When Xia Wuwei fled to his side, he was stopped by Lu Yin when he wanted to save Xia Wuwei. He watched helplessly as Xia Wuwei was taken away. Otherwise, with his space divine technique, it should not be a problem to save Xia Wuwei. Who was this old man? What kind of secret treasure was that cloth bag? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Lu Yin suddenly walked past him step by step. Yang Kai looked down at her and said, "Be careful." Lu Yin was not weak, but the cloth bag was also very strange. Yang Kai did not know whether Lu Yin could deal with it. Lu Yin looked calm and did not change her pace. Tao Laoding, who was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly looked and his eyes widened. The wine in the gourd flowed down the corner of his mouth and wet his clothes. He hurriedly patted his clothes and then carefully looked at Lu Yin. The corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. Why did she look so much like that person? His thoughts drifted, and he recalled the events of more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, when he returned to the island to report to a certain master, he glanced at a figure sitting at the mouth of a volcano while chatting with the master. Although it was very far away, he still saw that the figure was a little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, who was also dressed like this. At that time, he was curious and asked the master about the little girl's identity. The master only replied with an unfathomable smile, so he did not dare to ask more. Although it had been more than 10 years and he did not see clearly at that time, the figure of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was too deep. When he suddenly saw it at this time, he could not help but think in that direction. Looking carefully again, she did look like her. "Little thief, don't you have any subordinates? What's the meaning of sending a little girl here?" Michi was intoxicated by his success, clinging tightly to Tao Laoding's side and shouting wildly. After seeing Tao Laoding's methods, he became more and more fearless, but he did not dare to be too far away from Tao Laoding, lest Yang Kai seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. "Shut up!" Tao Laoding shouted. Michi was suddenly silenced and glanced at Tao Laoding in amazement, only to find that he was looking at the little girl with a dignified expression, cold sweat gradually flowing from his forehead. This discovery startled Michi, wondering if he could not provoke this little girl. Otherwise, why would Tao Laoding have such an expression? Suspiciously, Michi looked carefully and saw that the little girl walking towards him had an indifferent expression. Her eyes were clear and pure. At a glance, he could tell that she was a beauty. She had such an elegant demeanor from a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, but the little girl still had no intention of stopping, Michi also became a little nervous, secretly circulating his emperor chi, ready to attack at any time. Lu Yin stopped 10 meters away. Observing from a close distance, Tao Laoding increasingly felt that his guess was right. This was probably the one he saw on the island back then. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he did not expect to meet in such a place. This was really a case of the Dragon King Temple. Although he was almost certain, he still needed to ask the necessary questions, so after hesitating for a moment, he secretly sent a message. Lu Yan's divine sense surged as he replied. The scene suddenly became strange. The High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were at loggerheads, but a little girl was communicating with a white-haired old man in the middle of the battlefield. Not long after, Tao Laoding nodded slightly, and Lu Yin turned around and left, returning to Yang Kai's side in a few leaps. "You know that old man?" Yang Kai looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin said, I don't know him, but he seems to have seen me before. What do you mean? He's from Spirit Beast Island. Spirit Beast Island of the Beast Warrior Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Chapter 32-35. Lu Yin had lived on Spirit Beast Island for a while. Since she said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai didn't expect this white-haired old man to have such a background. He had come into contact with a few people from Spirit Beast Island and had even seen the martial beast. They had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island together, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Although there weren't many people on Spirit Beast Island, none of them could be underestimated. Whether it was Li Wu Yi or Jufeng, they were all famous figures. In the past, Yang Kai only thought of them as ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. However, after meeting and talking with Yang Yin, he had some guesses that Li Wu Yi and Jufeng were a group of people sandwiched between the Emperor Realm and the Great Emperors. Because of the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, they couldn't become great emperors. Otherwise, they might have been figures who were on par with the great emperors. However, this was all Yang Kai's guess. He wasn't sure if it was true or not. However, the white-haired old man opposite him was from Spirit Beast Island. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai learned the situation. The white-haired old man seemed to have seen Lu Yin once from afar. However, Lu Yin was comprehending the mystery of the Fire Phoenix's origin at that time and didn't pay attention. That was why Lu Yin said that the old man knew her, but she didn't know him. What made Lu Yin see the clues was the pouch secret treasure used by the white-haired old man. She had seen this secret treasure in Jiufeng's hands. The people of Spirit Beast Island called it the Spirit Beast Pouch. It was a very strange secret treasure that had a very obvious restraining effect on the monster clan. However, it didn't have much effect on other clans. The Spirit Beast Pouch sealed the Imperial Beast seal, which was derived from the martial beast. Once the Spirit Beast Pouch was used, as long as it was related to the monster clan, it wouldn't be able to escape the Spirit Beast Pouch's binding. This was the fundamental reason why the three monster kings were easily captured. If they really fought, the white-haired old man might not be a match for any of them. However, with the Spirit Beast Pouch, the white-haired old man could easily capture the three monster kings. Spirit Beast Island is in the Eastern Territory. Why did this old man come to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai was puzzled. Today, his face had been slapped so hard that he felt a little depressed. If the white-haired old man wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have let this matter go. Lu Yin explained, Spirit Beast Island collects all the exotic beasts in the world, so those exotic beasts were naturally captured. There are people on the island who do this, and he is one of them. He probably came to the Northern Territory to look for exotic beasts. Yang Kai nodded gently. Michi's expression became uncertain when the two were communicating. Although he didn't understand the development of the situation, he saw the secret communication between Lu Yin and Elder Tao. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to hesitate and cupped his hands. Elder Tao, if you can help me again, I will be very grateful. I will give you a big gift after this. He could only count on Elder Tao to help. Otherwise, his High Sky sect would never be a match for Yang Kai. Elder Tao sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Give them whatever they want. Michi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Elder Tao to say such a thing. He didn't know that Elder Tao was also very helpless. Although he was from Spirit Beast Island and was ordered to come to the Northern Territory to search for strange beasts, his status on Spirit Beast Island was not very high. On Spirit Beast Island, the Master of Beast Warrior was naturally the most respected, and below him were Li Wui and Nine Phoenix. That little girl seemed to have a close relationship with Master Nine Phoenix, so he didn't dare to offend her. While Michi was stunned, Elder Tao took off the cloth bag on his waist and opened the Spirit Beast bag. Three figures immediately rushed out. They were Ing Fei and the others. The three Monster King had a look of lingering fear. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked around and saw Elder Tao and Michi. They looked at each other, and almost without hesitation, they rushed toward Elder Tao in a triangular formation. Although the three of them had suffered a great loss from the Spirit Beast bag just now, the three of them had sharp eyes and saw the drawbacks of the Spirit Beast bag. This secret treasure was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it could only target one person at a time. If the three of them attacked together, they could completely kill Elder Tao before the spirit beast bag showed its power. In an instant, demonic chi soared into the sky, and three clear murderous intents shrouded Elder Tao. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, and Michi was so scared that he staggered back and almost fell to the ground. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted. Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei paused and stopped in midair, but Ing Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. It was actually an afterimage, and he had already rushed in front of Elder Tao. An eagle claw was only an inch away from Elder Tao's face, and the energy coming out of the eagle claw made Elder Tao's face hurt. Old Man Tao's back was drenched in cold sweat after having narrowly escaped death for no reason. He raised his head to look at Ing Fei, who was just inches away from him. He secretly rejoiced that he had been the first to finish off this demon king. Otherwise, with his speed, he might not have been a match for him. "Monster King, don't be rude." Yang Kai's voice came from behind again. Since they were from Spirit Beast Island, they were not enemies. Moreover, Elder Tao took the initiative to release the three Monster King, so how could Yang Kai sit by and watch him die? Ing Fei was also obedient. He withdrew his eagle claw, and his body did not move. He floated back, as if there was a force pulling him from behind. In an instant, he stood side by side with Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei. The three of them stared at Elder Tao with vigilance. They had to be vigilant. They had just suffered a great loss at the hands of this old guy and lost their face. If it happened again, they would not have the face to stay by Yang Kai's side. When he retreated, Michi finally returned to his senses. Although he did not know why Elder Tao changed his mind at the last minute and even released the three Monster King, he knew that it was impossible. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed into the High Sky sect. "Old sir, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon. I will talk to you in detail later." Yang Kai smiled at Elder Tao. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Space Divine Technique. Elder Tao's eyes narrowed. As a member of Spirit Beast Island, he naturally knew about the Space Divine Technique. Li Wui was a master of this technique. Elder Tao had seen Li Wui use the Space Divine Technique many times, but he never thought that he could see such a divine technique from someone else. Looking at the level of mastery, it seemed that he was not much worse than Li Wui. Elder Tao felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the reason Li Wui did not make a move just now was probably because of that little girl. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. A person who used the Space Divine Technique was not to be trifled with. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, but Li Wui had the reputation of being the strongest person under the Great Emperors. It was all because of the Space Divine Technique. On the other side, the rapidly escaping Michi's vision blurred. Yang Kai had blocked his way with a cold expression and shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" Michi gritted his teeth and put on a desperate stance. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and a cold light flashed. Then, the spear shot out like a dragon. A humming sound rang out incessantly, covering a large area. He was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had some life-saving skills. This move of his showed his powerful foundation. The murderous aura of the spear that filled the sky was extraordinary. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the Emperor Realm felt their eyelids twitch. They knew that there was no way they could survive such an attack. However, Yang Kai just stood there without any intention of dodging. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao, only to see his palace master standing there calmly, not worried in the slightest. Of all the people present, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's ability the best. He even dared to face the dragon race head-on, so how could he be afraid of Michi? There was nothing to worry about. Facing this crazy attack, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This was the first time he had fought with someone as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his opponent was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Although Michi's attack was not weak, it did not seem to be that scary in his eyes. Yang Kai leisurely stretched out his hand into the sky full of spear shadows and suddenly grabbed at the void. As the spear phantoms collapsed, Michi's movements also froze, his eyes going wide as if he had seen a ghost. This was because Yang Kai's casual grab had actually caught the tip of Michi's spear in the midst of countless feints. With his spear in hand, how could he use his killing move? Michi's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was also extremely fast. He shook his spear and a rotational force was transmitted through the spear's body. He shouted in a low voice, "Let go!" He was hoping to use this move to shake off Kaiyang, and he wasn't able to do so without relying on himself. What he was relying on was that his cultivation was higher than Kaiyang's by 1 realm. The rotational force was transmitted to Yang Kai's palm in an instant, and as expected, Yang Kai's wrist was rotated. Michi was about to continue, but he saw a vicious look appear on Yang Kai's face as he suddenly turned his wrist back. It was quite an imposing manner. The rotational force, which was completely opposite to the previous one, rebounded along the spear's body. Before Michi could figure out what was going on, his whole body was sent spinning several times by the huge force. He forcibly pushed his Emperor Qi to stabilize his body, but the spear in his hand was snatched away by Yang Kai. Michi was dizzy for a moment, and his face was filled with shock. Such great strength. He clearly felt that he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such great strength? This is true brute force. He didn't know the current situation of Yang Kai's body. How could he resist a half-dragon body? If it was Li Jiao, he would never have wrestled with Yang Kai. That was simply asking for trouble. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, a gust of wind whistled above his head. Looking up, he was frightened out of his wits. He saw that Kaiyang was still holding onto his spear, using his own artifact as a club, ruthlessly smashing down towards him. Michi crossed his arms over his head, and 2 arm guards appeared out of thin air on his arms. Hong. The end of the spear smashed into the arm guard, causing it to flash wildly before quickly dimming. This Emperor artifact had lost all its spirituality after being struck by this tyrannical blow, and Michi was suppressed by an irresistible force and fell down like a meteor, smashing directly into a nearby mountain, creating a large crater in its wake. Chapter 32-36. The members of the High Sky, sect from the Emperor Realm who had fallen to the ground, were all stunned. Their eyes were blank, and they felt that this was unbelievable. Their own sect master couldn't even take a single blow from the other party. The people of the Fire Dragon Palace were also stunned. They felt that this was extremely ridiculous. Michi was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be so weak? The 3 Monster King looked at each other in shock. They could see that Yang Kai seemed to be much stronger than before. Old Tao gulped, picked up his wine gourd, and poured it into his mouth. He had to drink to calm himself down. Michi, who had been smashed to the ground and flattened a mountain, felt dizzy. The blood in his body was tumbling, and after suppressing it with great difficulty, he saw Yang Kai landing lightly in front of him. He stood in front of him and flicked the spear in his hand, thrusting it towards him. "Spare me!" Michi shouted, "Palace Master Yang, spare me." At this time, saving his life was the most important thing. He couldn't care less about face. If he lost his life, what was the use of face? The tip of the spear brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of his black hair. Michi's eyes widened, and he almost wet himself in fear. "Chi!" Yang Kai curled his lips and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground. He then turned around and said, "Who else refuses to accept this? Who wouldn't accept this?" The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor Realm had already been dealt with by Ying Fei and Xie Wei. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground and wailing. The few from the Emperor Realm who fought Ying Fei had claw marks all over their bodies and were dripping with blood. Unfortunately, their cultivations were sealed by Ying Fei, so they couldn't even use their arts to heal themselves. As for those who fought with Xie Wei, their bodies were covered in a green glow, and large blisters appeared on their exposed skin. Their faces were green, and it was obvious that they had been poisoned. It could be said that the upper echelons of the High Sky sect from the Emperor Realm had all been wiped out. From beginning to end, the entire battle took less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Palace Master Yang, please spare us." The disciples at the Tao Source Realm and below knelt down one after another, each and every one of them looking as if they had just lost their parents. Michi's eyes dimmed as he stared at the figure with his back to him, glancing over at the long spear artifact in front of him, but he couldn't even summon the courage to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai unscrupulously exposed his back to him, which seemed to be full of flaws, but it made him even more fearful, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Glancing around coldly, Yang Kai snorted, "Whether you can live or not will depend on your sovereign's choice." Michi staggered to his feet and clutched his chest. He turned around and saw many familiar faces looking at him. Their eyes were filled with the desire to live. Since things had come to this, what else could he say? His fist was not as big as theirs, so he had to surrender. Although he was in a bit of a sorry state this time, fortunately, no one died because of it. It could be seen that Yang Kai's people were quite restrained. Sighing in his heart, Michi turned his head and cupped his fists. "The High Sky Sect is willing to follow Palace Master Yang's lead. I ask that Palace Master Yang be magnanimous and let us live." Yang Kai turned his head and squinted at him, saying expressionlessly, "This is a serious matter. Sect Master Me, please consider carefully before making a decision. This king is not in a hurry and can give you some time. If you are sincere in pledging your allegiance, that's fine. But if you are not, there is no need to force yourself, lest this king is accused of bullying others. My life is in your hands. What's there to consider?" Michi cursed in his heart. How could he not be firm at this time? If he had any other thoughts, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good end. Moreover, several of the elders here were poisoned and wouldn't last long. If they weren't detoxified quickly, their lives would be in danger. Is he fucking going to do that again? Although Michi cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled. The High Sky Sect has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us if we have offended you. From today onwards, the High Sky Sect will sincerely pledge their allegiance to you." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly. "Sect Master Me is the sect master of a sect. Your words carry enormous weight. I naturally believe what you say. Since Sect Master Me is so sincere, this king will accept your kindness." The corners of Michi's mouth twitched. He finally realized how despicable and shameless this person in front of him was. Didn't he bring so many masters here just to subdue the High Sky Sect? He even had Li Jiao come over to greet him before, and they even fought just now. Now, he actually had the face to say such words. It was as if he had taken the initiative to pledge his allegiance, and Yang Kai had reluctantly accepted it. He was simply shameless. He just couldn't understand. Although the High Sky Sect was good, why was Yang Kai so fixated on it? He already owed Yang Kai a large debt, and every year, he sent him a large sum of money. So why did Yang Kai insist on subduing his High Sky Sect? Was it just to show off the strength of the High Heaven Palace? Michi put on a forced smile and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Yang." What was this? His people from the Emperor realm had been brutally beaten up, and he had lost all face. Even the escort array had been broken, and he was forced to pledge his allegiance, yet he still had to thank Yang Kai. Michi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He only hated that his strength was not as good as Yang Kai's. Otherwise, he would have definitely taught Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai said, "Words are no guarantee. I ask Sect Master Me to show some sincerity." Michi was startled and asked cautiously, "What kind of sincerity does Palace Master Yang want?" He was already so humble, yet Yang Kai still wanted to be so aggressive. Michi secretly swore that if Yang Kai really did ask for something too excessive, he would reconsider. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I ask Sect Master Me to write an order and inform the High Sky Sect that from today onwards, the High Sky Sect is a subordinate sect of the High Heaven Palace." Michi heard this and suddenly raised his head, his face alternating between red and green. Today's matter was indeed embarrassing, but it was only limited to the High Sky Sect. Even if news spread out afterwards, as long as the High Sky Sect didn't admit it, the world would only speculate. However, if he took the initiative to send an order, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. The High Sky Sect had many cities under its jurisdiction and many families and subordinate sections. After all, it was one of the top forces in the Northern Territory. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far and wide, but bad news spreads far and wide. Once this order was sent out, it wouldn't be long before the entire Northern Territory knew about it. This would cause the High Sky sect to lose face in the entire Northern Territory. A dignified top sect in the Northern Territory had actually fallen to the point of becoming someone else's subordinate sect. How could he endure this? Yang Kai's face became cold. It seems that Sect Master Mi is a little unwilling. Or perhaps what you said just now was just a casual remark. No. Michi quickly waved his hand. It's just that. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the sky and said lightly, Sect Master Mi is so indecisive. It seems that you are not suitable to be in charge of the sect. Sect Master Mi should abdicate. What did this mean? Was he forcing him to abdicate his position as sect master? If it were anyone else saying this, Michi definitely wouldn't have taken it seriously, but since it was Yang Kai saying so, it was different. He was a fish on the chopping block, so Yang Kai could easily kill him and then choose a suitable elder to be in charge of the High Sky sect. He believed that there would definitely be someone willing to cooperate with him. Feeling a chill in his heart, Michi no longer dared to bargain, clenching his teeth and saying, Right? All right. Yang Kai said, Don't force it. It won't be interesting if you force it. Michi said seriously, This me is very sincere. Sect Master Yang, please understand. Since that's the case, then, let's write it and see. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Michi immediately took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, writing the order. Yang Kai raised his chin and said, Heal them. Ing Fei's figure flickered, and he swayed around a few of the High Sky sect elders, slapping each of them and releasing their seals. Xia Wuwei opened his mouth wide, and the few poisoned the Emperor Realm elders on the ground immediately emitted a dark green aura, which he swallowed into his mouth. The seals were released, and the poison was cleared. A group of the Emperor Realm elders took out healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths, each with a complicated expression. After a while, Michi finished writing and handed the jade slip to Yang Kai, saying, Sect Master Yang, take a look and see if it's okay. Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it. He frowned and threw the jade slip back. Your High Sky sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Don't write it in such a lowly manner and make others look down on you. Michi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their lives were in your hands. How could they not be lowly? But since Yang Kai wasn't satisfied, they had no choice but to write it again. He was the dignified sect master of the High Sky sect, but he was forced to write such a shameful order, and he was even picked on by others. How could he reason with them? Not long after, another order was written. Yang Kai checked it and nodded slightly. That's more like it. Write the same order. He looked up at the High Sky sect elders and protectors who were healing their wounds and counted the number of people. 8. Michi didn't dare to disagree, and he obediently wrote 8 more orders. Yang Kai said, Tell the people of the Emperor Realm of the High Sky sect to take the order and go to different places in 8 directions. Pass through the city, and enter the sect. Read the order in a crowded place, and announce the High Sky sect's allegiance to the Northern Territory. Hearing this, the group of Mi-Tian sect elders widened their eyes and stared at them in a daze. Michi's expression also changed. Anger and humiliation flashed across his face, and there was also a trace of ruthlessness. He thought that even if he wrote the order, it would take some time for the news to spread. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so ruthless and ask the elders of the High Sky sect to personally take the order and read it to all the major cities and sects in the Northern Territory? This was simply humiliating the High Sky sect. How would he, the sect master of the High Sky sect, be able to establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? How would the elders of the Emperor Realm, who would read the order, be able to do so? How would the entire Northern Territory view the High Sky sect? As the saying goes, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. At this moment, Michi had the impulse to fight Yang Kai to the death. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately humiliating him. But when he saw Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Those eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Michi didn't doubt that if he dared to make a move again, Yang Kai would definitely not let him go. He clenched his fists, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. He comforted himself. It was better to live than to die. What was the big deal? Chapter 32-37. slowly loosening his clenched fists. Mi Tian responded, yes. There's no time to lose, let's move out now. Yang Kai gestured to the side, not stopping for even a moment. Mi Chi had no choice but to wave his hand and pass the order to the many elders before saying, you all heard Palace Master Yang's words, go? He waved his hand, looking like he had nothing left to live for. The several elders who had not yet recovered from their injuries glanced at each other, unable to hide the grief and indignation in their eyes. But so what if they felt resentment in their hearts? They were not the other party's opponent, and their sect master had already lowered his head, so they could only follow orders. They immediately split up and flew off in different directions. Although their injuries had not healed, they were not serious and could be slowly nursed back to health along the way. Only now did they understand why the two Monster King had not killed them just now. It turned out that he had been waiting here, leaving them alive to run errands for him. This was premeditated. If the High Sky Sect's the Emperor Realm were all killed, who would read Mi Chi's order? If it were anyone else reading it, it would not be convincing. Only the High Sky Sect's elders and protectors would be able to confirm this matter. It was not hard to imagine that the news of Mi Tian's sect submitting to Towering Palace would spread out very soon. Mi Chi sighed in his heart, and he looked as if he had become much weaker. It was as if he had aged for no reason. Get up, don't kneel. We will be a family from now on. Yang Kai glanced around at the High Sky Sect's disciples who were still kneeling on the ground and raised his hand. The group of people looked at Mi Chi, not daring to move. Mi Chi shouted in a deep voice, are you all deaf? Did you not hear Palace Master Yang's words? If you want to kneel, kneel until you die and don't get up in the future. A bunch of good-for-nothings. How did the High Sky Sect raise such a group of cowards? Although their cultivation was not as good as Mi Chi's, they shouldn't be scared to the point of kneeling by a few words from him, right? After a while, the group of people no longer dared to kneel. They all stood up with awkward expressions. Mi Chi coldly snorted again, from today onwards, you may not listen to this sect master's words, but you must listen to Palace Master Yang's words, do you understand? Yes. Sparse replies could be heard, all of them seeming weak. Hearing their own sect master speak like this, they also felt ashamed. Mi Chi squeezed out a smile, Palace Master Yang, do you have anything to say? Yang Kai waved his hand. What was there to say to them? He just needed to deal with Mi Chi. He turned to Old Tao and said, Old Sir, if you don't mind, would you like to come in for a chat? Mi Chi had the urge to roll his eyes. This was the High Sky Sect, not the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai had obviously regarded this place as his own territory, and he did not dare to say anything. Since he had chosen to submit, then the High Sky Sect was really his territory. Old Tao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Thank you for your consideration. Since that is the case, this old man will trouble you. He also wanted to figure out the relationship between Lu Yin and Jufeng. Please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Old Tao was polite, and the two of them simply walked in side by side. The three Monster King followed closely behind. Mi Chi deliberately fell behind and walked with Li Jiao. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Last time, Li Jiao had come over to persuade Mi Chi, but unfortunately, Mi Chi did not listen. He thought that if he invited Old Tao over, he would be able to sit back and relax. Who knew that Old Tao would not be able to help him avoid disaster and would end up like this today? Li Jiao could not help but sigh. He reached out and patted Mi Chi's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Mi Chi transmitted his voice, brotherly. You and I have known each other for many years, and our friendship is not ordinary. Tell me, why does Palace Master Yang have to humiliate my High Sky Sect? This me does not think that I have offended him, and I have paid him the annual debt on time. But why does he have to do this? He does not care about my High Sky Sect's face at all. Furthermore, he did not even give him any time to breathe and immediately sent the elders of the Emperor Realm out. He had originally planned to delay for a while and then think of another way to see if he could resolve this disaster. But now, where would he find the chance? Li Jiao looked up and thought, what is the use of being friends with me now? Last time, I was still kicked out by you. But this time, he was not in the mood to ridicule him. He only smiled bitterly and said, Brother me, do you think that Palace Master Yang is humiliating you? Is he not? Michi glared. If he was not humiliating him, why would he write the order himself and let the elders of the Emperor realm read it everywhere? That is not the case. Li Jiao shook his head. Michi asked, then why? To establish dominance. Li Jiao spat out 2 words. Michi was stunned. Establishing dominance? What dominance? Although the High Heaven Palace had not been established for a long time, it was already a top sect in the Northern Territory. This was recognized by the entire Northern Territory. Since it was already a top sect, its dominance was already there. So what was there to establish? Who was it for? Li Jiao pondered for a moment and said, Palace Master Yang wants to unify the Northern Territory. The main thing was that this matter could not be hidden. Li Jiao believed that Yang Kai would make a move soon, so there was no harm in saying it now. He was not afraid that Michi would find out in advance. Michi was stunned, and his mouth opened wider than an egg. After a while, he recovered and said in shock, Unify the Northern Territory? This ambition was huge. The Northern Territory was not like the other 3 territories, which had great emperors' sections. Although Medicine Pill Valley had the great emperors, Medicine Pill Valley did not interfere in the matters of the Northern Territory, so the entire Northern Territory could be considered a headless dragon. Unlike the Southern Territory where Star Soul Palace was the leader, the Western Territory where Shadow Kill Hall was the leader, and the Eastern Territory where Spirit Beast Island was. Michi did not expect Yang Kai's ambition to be so great, and he really dared to do such a thing. He said in a daze, is he not afraid of provoking public anger and the Northern Territory's heroes to attack him? Li Jiao pursed his lips and said, that's why he wants to establish dominance. Michi was not a fool. Although he was a little cowardly, being able to cultivate to the 3rd stage Emperor realm meant that his brain was not too bad. He did not understand what establishing dominance meant before, but now that Li Jiao explained it, he could not understand. The High Sky Sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, but so what? They were beaten by the High Heaven Palace to the point that they could not fight back and had no choice but to submit to protect themselves. If even the High Sky Sect was like this, what choice did the other sects and families have? As long as this news spread out, when the High Heaven Palace wanted to invade other territories, no one would dare to resist. Michi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because of this, my High Sky Sect suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jiao patted his shoulder again and sighed, don't worry, at least you're still alive. Speaking of which, the High Sky Sect was also unlucky. Among the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai. Michi and Yang Kai had been traveling for many years and had established a good friendship. If Yang Kai wanted to establish dominance, the High Sky Sect was his only choice. It could be said that Michi deserved to be unlucky. The High Sky Sect was a top sect in the Northern Territory, and if it was any other smaller sect, the effect would definitely not be as good. Michi sighed, but it was useless to say anything now. However, after learning about Yang Kai's plan to unify the Northern Territory, he felt much better. After all, Yang Kai was not deliberately humiliating him and the High Sky Sect. It was just a part of the plan. Not long after, a group of people entered the main hall. As the owner of this place, Michi naturally arranged for the banquet to be replaced with a new one. He ordered the musicians to play music and the dancers to dance. Immediately, the main hall was filled with a scene of singing and dancing. However, the main seat was replaced by Yang Kai. Other than him, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, there were no other members of the Emperor realm of the High Sky Sect in the main hall. Instead, there were the 3 Monster King and the people of the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai raised his glass and invited everyone to drink, and everyone agreed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai began to chat with Old Man Tao. On the way, they chatted for a while, so he knew the other party's name. The reason why Yang Kai invited him to stay and entertain him was mainly to inquire about Dragon Island from him. After creating havoc on Dragon Island, he left the Dragon Palace and entered the territory of the lower plains. He did not know what happened after that. He also did not know if Martial Beast took Fuxian away. He also did not know if Dragon Island punished Ju Qing. Unfortunately, Old Man Tao did not know about this either. He stayed in the Northern Territory to search for exotic beasts for Spiritual Beast Island. He had not returned for more than 10 years. He did not even know that Martial Beast brought people to Dragon Island. He did not know, and Yang Kai did not say much. However, his mysterious behavior made Old Man Tao suspicious. However, no matter whether Martial Beast took Fu Xian away or not, Zhu Qing definitely did not have to worry too much. Zhu Qing was now a rank 9 giant dragon. According to the purity of her bloodline, she was qualified to be an elder of Dragon Island. After the havoc he made last time, Dragon Island would not punish her. Her situation was somewhat similar to Fu Xian's. They were both married with humans. If Dragon Island really wanted to punish her, Fu Xian would definitely not be spared. Martial Beast naturally would not sit back and do nothing. If Dragon Island wanted to trigger Zhu Qing, they would definitely punish Fu Xian as well. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Old Man Tao was more curious about Lu Yin. He asked about her relationship with Nine Phoenix in a roundabout way. After being evaded by Yang Kai, he did not ask anymore. Both parties did not get the answer they wanted, so it did not affect them too much. In the evening, the banquet ended and Old Man Tao took his leave. Yang Kai asked Lu Yin to send him off. Accompanied by Mi Qi, he chose a suitable place in the High Sky sect to arrange the space array. Mi Qi did not know what Yang Kai was doing at first. After communicating with Li Jiao, he learned the truth and secretly complained in his heart. With this space array connecting the two sects, it seemed that the High Sky sect would not be able to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression. The next day, Yang Kai led a group of people back to the High Heaven Palace, accompanied by Mi Qi. The first thing he did when he returned was to summon people for a meeting. The participants were all Dao Source Realm cultivators and above. There were not many of them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were also among them, causing many people who did not know the truth to look at each other. Li Jiao was here, and everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Yang Kai. But what about Mi Qi? Even Hua Qingxi was puzzled. She looked at Mi Qi from time to time, only to see Mi Qi show a flattering smile, which made her confused. When everyone arrived, Yang Kai went straight to the point. Sect Master Mi has decided that the sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. From now on, the High Sky sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and almost wondered if they had heard wrongly. Only the three Monster King looked calm. Chapter 32-38. Inside the main hall, pairs of eyes looked at Mi Qi. Mi Qi was tactful and immediately stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled, and you have the world in your heart. This Mi is convinced. The entire High Sky sect is willing to submit to High Heaven Palace. We will follow your orders in the future, regardless of danger." Whether he was sincere or not, his words were beautiful and made everyone in High Heaven Palace have a good impression of him. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Mi Qi to be so straightforward. Although the two of them had some dealings before, he didn't realize that Mi Qi had such a side. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted him to submit, he resisted several times. Now, he had accepted his fate and was able to adjust his position and attitude well, which made Li Jiao look at him in a new light. However, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. The Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky sect were similar in strength. Li Jiao estimated that if he and Yang Kai hadn't gone out to live and die together several times, the High Sky sect would have ended up like the Fire Dragon Palace. It was also because of his friendship with Yang Kai that Yang Kai didn't attack the Fire Dragon Palace. But then again, the Fire Dragon Palace was now not much different from the High Sky sect. They were more like subordinates than subordinates. Everyone has heard Sect Master Mi's words. Let's get to know each other. Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua Qingxi smiled and stepped forward. She bowed and said, "I am the Chief Steward of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi." "Greetings, Sect Master Mi. Chief Steward is too polite." Mi Qi returned the courtesy. He was a little curious. What kind of bullshit position was Chief Steward? How come he had never heard of it before? However, seeing that she was standing in front of everyone, even the three great Monster Kings were below her, it seemed that her position in Yang Kai's heart wasn't low. He couldn't afford to offend her in the future and had to maintain a good relationship with her. Otherwise, he didn't know when she would make things difficult for him. He even had some suspicions in his heart. Yang Kai and this woman wouldn't have a dirty relationship, right? Otherwise, how could a first-order emperor like her have such a high position? Hua Qingxi didn't know what he was thinking, but if she did, she would definitely fight with him. She pointed to the side and introduced, "This is Rhino Monster King, Sect Master Mi, of course, of course." Michi smiled and cupped his fists. How could he not have seen him before? Back in the Mi Tian sect, it was Shi Lei who had fought with him. Michi clearly felt that he was not his opponent. Rhino Lei grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of fangs, making Michi feel a little scared. Hua Qingxi continued, "This is Flying Eagle Monster King." Flying Eagle nodded lightly. "And this is..." Michi introduced them one by one with a smile on his face. No matter how high the cultivation of the other party was, he always felt inferior. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told the High Sky Sect to submit to the High Heaven Palace? Facing these mainstays of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect. Xiao Wei, Yi Hin, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, the Emperor Realm, Qin Xiaoyang, Qi Yu, Aio, Guizhou, Gutsong Yun, Ruan Baiting, and a group of other Dao source realms. After getting to know them one by one, there were quite a lot of people. Michi knew the Southern Gate Army, but it was the first time he knew that this famous array master was actually serving in the High Heaven Palace, so he couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that the Southern Gate Army was famous in the Northern Territory. Although they weren't as good as the disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, an array master was still an array master. They were extremely popular everywhere. Michi also had thoughts of recruiting them back then, but the Southern Gate Army simply ignored him. If it were an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Michi would definitely teach them a lesson, but the identity of an array master made him hesitate and not dare to act rashly. If he attacked the Southern Gate Army, he was afraid that the other masters in the Northern Territory wouldn't let him go, and the High Sky Sect wouldn't dare to provoke them. When he heard that Hou Yu was an Emperor Artifact Master, Michi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on in the High Heaven Palace? Not only was the Southern Gate Army here, but there was also an Emperor Artifact Master? How many Emperor Artifact Masters were there in the entire star boundary? And this Emperor Artifact Master was actually a woman. He really didn't know where Yang Kai had recruited this group of weirdos. 3 Monster King, an Array Master, and an Artifact Master. Such a foundation was enough to amaze people no matter where they went, and now they were all gathered in one place. It was even more unbelievable. Michi suddenly felt that submitting wasn't a bad thing. The High Heaven Palace's foundation was indeed superior to the High Sky Sects, so submitting wasn't a big loss. In the future, he might have to rely on the Southern Gate Army and this Hou Yu, but it was a bit embarrassing. Hua Qingxi's next sentence shocked him on the spot. This queen also has an Emperor Artifact Master, but she is currently refining pills and is inconvenient to come out. Please forgive me. Sect Master Mi, D. Emperor Artifact Master. Michi almost bit his tongue as he was dumbfounded. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. Speaking of which, Sect Master Mi should know this Emperor Artifact Master. I know him? Michi was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind, but he instinctively didn't dare to believe it. Hua Qingxi said, "That's right, Master Jiying. Sect Master Mi should be familiar with him." Michi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His first thought was to look at Li Jiao with an inquiring expression, as if he wanted to know if this was true or false. Jiying that was the 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He was actually also in the High Heaven Palace? He suddenly recalled the scene when he came with Li Jiao to watch Jiying and Yang Kai compete in alchemy. At that time, not only had he made a bet with Li Jiao and Yang Kai, but Master Ji also seemed to have made a bet with Yang Kai. He thought about it later. Although Jiying lost, with his identity as the disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. It was even more impossible for Jiying to stay in the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that Jiying really did stay. Medicine Core Valley didn't have any objections? The wondrous Pill Great Emperors didn't have any objections? Michi felt his head spinning, and his gaze swept across everyone in the hall. A single sect actually gathered 3 peak grandmasters in the form of a Monarch Array Master, a Monarch Blacksmith Master, and a Monarch Alchemy Master. There were even 3 great monster kings in the sect. What the hell was this sect? Even the great emperor's sects couldn't compare in some aspects, right? Michi suddenly felt that his loss wasn't unjust. In a trance, he heard Yonkai say on the stage, "My high heaven palace has a lot of disciples. Although there are some reserves in the warehouse now, we can't just sit there and wait. We need to have a long-term income to survive." Although the chief steward has taken over the territory of the Seeking Passion sect and can collect some taxes from those cities every year and even do some business, it's just a drop in the bucket. My high heaven palace has 10 or 20 times more disciples than the Seeking Passion sect, so we need to occupy 10 or 20 times more territory to survive for a long time. Today, I called you here to announce something. This palace master is determined to unify the Northern Territory and make all the cities and sects in the Northern Territory pay tribute to my high heaven palace every year. This is the only way to ensure that my high heaven palace's foundation doesn't fall. What do you think? Looking around, the 3 Monster King had indifferent expressions. In any case, they were just Yonkai's hired thugs. Yonkai would do whatever he wanted. They weren't afraid of making a big deal out of this. At worst, they could just hide in the savage, desolate, ancient land. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and the others were surprised. Even Hua Qingxi hadn't heard Yonkai mention this before. Hearing this for the first time today, she couldn't help but be stunned. She really didn't know when Yonkai had this idea. Currently, the High Heaven Palace was in a period of growth. In fact, it wasn't a good time to make enemies. As long as they worked hard to develop for 100 years, with the huge number of disciples, they would definitely be able to dominate the Northern Territory. However, looking at Yonkai's appearance, Hua Qingxi knew that he had already made up his mind. At this time, persuading him would definitely be useless. She couldn't help but wonder. If he really did this, it would definitely provoke the resistance of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory. After all, who would be willing to give up the benefits that were right in front of them? Moreover, how could the High Heaven Palace have so many people to do this kind of thing? The new disciples were still in the process of familiarizing themselves, and their cultivation wasn't high. If they were sent out, they wouldn't be of much use. However, Yonkai didn't care so much. He looked like he was going to cut the Gordian knot. He looked around and said, "No one has any objections. It seems that you all support this. Very good." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What was the use of having objections? The High Heaven Palace was completely under your control. Normally, you didn't care. But when you did, you had the final say. Yonkai said, "I know what everyone is worried about. It's just a matter of manpower. You don't have to worry about this. Brotherly and Sect Master Me will help my High Heaven Palace. When the time comes, when the 3 of us join forces, no one in the Northern Territory can stop us." Li Jiao and Mi Chi cupped their hands and said, "We are willing to listen to Palace Master Yang's orders." Li Jiao was already prepared in his heart, so he didn't feel anything. However, Mi Chi was wailing in his heart. He knew that the High Sky Sect had boarded a pirate ship this time. Yonkai wanted to unify the Northern Territory and make those cities and sects provide cultivation resources every year. However, the High Heaven Palace couldn't transfer any useful manpower. When the time came, the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace's people would be the ones leading the charge. The other party would definitely hold a grudge against these 2 sections. However, the High Heaven Palace could safely hide behind them and enjoy endless benefits. It was really vicious. In other words, the High Heaven Palace didn't need to do anything at all. They only needed to send some people to supervise. Yonkai was observant. How could he not know what Mi Chi was thinking? He was too lazy to care about him. Yonkai wasn't planning to monopolize this matter. Since the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were involved, he definitely wouldn't let them work for nothing. He would share some of the benefits with them. As for how much, that would depend on his mood. Hua Qingxi thought for a while and said, "Palace Master, should we inform Ice Heart Valley about this matter?" Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 3 had joined forces, but Ice Heart Valley was the only one who didn't know about this. If Yonkai didn't have a friendship with Ice Heart Valley, then it would be fine, but the key was that they had a good relationship. It would be unkind of him not to involve Ice Heart Valley in this matter. Yonkai's expression twitched when he heard this. "I have also thought about Ice Heart Valley, but I don't know what they want. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice, attribute secret arts, and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Yongkai really couldn't ask them to do something that would incur public anger. It wouldn't be nice if he was reprimanded by Bing Yun. In his plan, if he obtained any benefits in the future, he would share some with Ice Heart Valley. After all, Su Yin was cultivating there, so it would be a good gesture to Ice Heart Valley. Chapter 32-39. Hua Qingxi smiled faintly. Palace Master worries too much. Ice Heart Valley will never refuse such a good thing. Yongkai asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Hua Qingxi explained, "Because Senior Bing Yun has been missing for many years, and because Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed by the Seeking Passion sect, they don't have many properties and have only 2 or 3 cities under their jurisdiction. Most of their income comes from the spirit flowers and rare grasses planted in Ice Heart Valley. In recent years, Ice Heart Valley has also recruited many disciples, so it is likely that they are short on funds. Now that benefits have been delivered to their doorstep, how could they refuse?" Yongkai rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. "If that's the case, we can count them in?" He didn't know as much about Ice Heart Valley as Hua Qingxi, but since Hua Qingxi said so, it must be the case. If they could really pull Ice Heart Valley into the war chariot, then the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory would join forces. Who in the Northern Territory would dare to stop them? After a while, he made a decision. "Then let's count them in." Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll go invite them over now." Yongkai nodded and Hua Qingxi immediately flew out. In less than half an hour, she brought a woman with an ice-cold temperament into the hall. Yongkai's face suddenly turned black and he looked at Hua Qingxi with some resentment, because the person she brought was Ji Yao. Ever since Yongkai had secretly done it with Ji Yao, he was a little afraid to see her. On the one hand, it was exciting to do it secretly, and on the other hand, he felt that he had let down Su Yin and the others. His heart was tormented, and the most important thing was that he still couldn't figure out Ji Yao's intentions. From beginning to end, she had never discussed this matter with him. She seemed to let him do whatever he wanted without letting Yongkai have his way too much. This made Yongkai feel like he was being held hostage. Now that Hua Qingxi had brought Ji Yao over, it was easy to imagine how he was feeling. Hua Qingxi looked suspicious. She seemed to have noticed something wrong with the palace master's expression just now, but at this moment, she couldn't care less and cupped her fists. "Palace master, Elder Ji is here." Yongkai squeezed out a smile. "Junior sister Yao." In front of so many people, Ji Yao didn't show any abnormalities and simply bowed. "Senior brother Yang." Yongkai lightly coughed and said, "I invited junior sister Yao here because I have something to discuss with her. I believe the great general manager has already told Senior Bing Yun about this matter. I wonder what Senior Bing Yun's attitude is?" If he wanted to pull Ice Heart Valley into the water, Bing Yun's attitude was the key. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. Ji Yao said lightly, "Honored Master said that Ice Heart Valley was only able to survive thanks to Senior Brother Yang's help. Now that Senior Brother Yang has encountered a difficult situation, Ice Heart Valley will do its best to help. If Senior Brother has any instructions, Ice Heart Valley will not refuse." Yongkai's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. "Good, then I'll have to trouble you." Looking around, he said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss the rules. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible." Since they had decided to do this, there was no need to drag it out. In any case, the 4 great sects had joined forces and no one in the Northern Territory could compete with them. There was no need for any schemes, they just needed to push forward. The rules were quickly taken out. It was nothing more than the 4 great sects working together, and then with High Heaven Palace as the center, they would spread out to the entire Northern Territory and announce the High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord of the Northern Territory. In return, the various sects and cities in the Northern Territory would have to provide some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was done, Ji Yao, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending an array, a group of people arrived. On the left was a group of beautiful women. Most of them had extraordinary appearances, and their temperaments were all different, dazzling anyone who saw them. This group was naturally the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, while behind them were the disciples of High Sky Sect, each numbering over 1,000. Altogether, there were 3,000 people. This was not a large number, but the proportion of masters among them was extremely terrifying. Dao Source Realm masters could be found everywhere in the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest was an Origin King. The people from High Heaven Palace were in the middle, led by the 3 Monster Kings. Yihin and the other Dao Source Realm masters were also dispatched, but the remaining people were not enough. Basically, all of them were Origin Kings, completely incomparable to the other 3 great sects. It was really because the disciples who had come from the Star Territory were temporarily useless that the High Heaven Palace side was seriously polarized. The strong were ridiculously strong, while the weak were ridiculously weak. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao, Mi Qi, and Ji Yao and spread out a map. The map was marked with red dots, and each red dot represented a city, a sect, or a force that wasn't small in size. After some discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and dispersed. Each of these 8 groups had 2 disciples, each led by a Dao Source Realm Master or above. The goal of these people was naturally the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this trip was to make these cities, sects, and families recognize High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord, then pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already spread the word. If they knew what was good for them, that would be good, but if they didn't, they would fight if they could, and if they couldn't, they would send a message back. The masters from the Emperor Realm were not to be trifled with. However, the teams led by Dao Source Realm masters mostly went to places that were easy to deal with. The harder ones would be taken care of by the Emperor Realm. With the power of the 4 great sects working together, not many people would dare to act rashly. Yang Kai also led a group of people and rushed straight to the headquarters of the few first-class forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, in the main hall of Myriad Ancestor Sect's headquarters, Sect Master Hua Yu stood in front of the hall and cupped her fists in farewell. Only when the group of 8 disappeared did she put away the stiff smile on her face and let out a sigh, a sullen look appearing on her face. Vice Sect Master Chang Dahai walked over and said with grief and indignation, "Sect Master, are we really going to give 30% of our annual profits to High Heaven Palace?" Yes, with just a few words from that little brat, giving away 30% of our profits, what will others think of our Myriad Ancestor sect? An elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Hua Yu said sadly, "Then what do you think we should do? If Sect Master is willing, Subordinate will lead people to intercept him and take back the jade slip. At that time, the dead can tell no tales, and no one will know it was our Myriad Ancestor sect who did it. Yes, that little brat's actions have already angered everyone. There are countless people in the Northern Territory who want to kill him, but who will know it was us?" "You?" Hua Yu turned her head and glanced at the elders and protectors around her before shaking her head. "You are not his opponent." The elder who spoke said, "How do you know we are not his opponent before trying? That little brat is only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If we all attack together, there is no need to try." "I have already tried," Hua Yu said with a sad face. "You have already tried?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only now did they understand why Hua Yu had brought Yang Kai to the secret room just now. It turned out that she wanted to test his ability, or rather, see if there was a chance to take him down. After all, no one was willing to give benefits to others for free. What was the result? Everyone looked at Hua Yu expectantly. "I was not his opponent at all," Hua Yu smiled bitterly. The elder said, "Sect Master, there is no need to boost others' morale and diminish our own. You are also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so you are not much weaker than him, right?" Hua Yu said, "It is precisely because our cultivations are similar that I agreed so readily. He let me attack him for 10 moves, but he just stood there motionless. I couldn't even touch his clothes." "What?" Everyone was taken aback, wondering if they had heard wrong. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai just stood there motionless for 10 moves. Yet the Sect Master couldn't even touch his clothes? What kind of concept was this? In other words, did Yang Kai block the Sect Master's attack with just his Emperor Chi? But he just casually attacked and took this old master down. Hua Yu threw out another bombshell, causing everyone to feel dizzy inside. With such means, how can my myriad ancestor sect compete? If we do not do as he wishes today, I am afraid my myriad ancestor sect's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed. He dares. Chung Dahai roared. Hua Yu glanced at him and said, he probably dares. If the four top sects join hands and want to destroy my myriad ancestor sect, how can we resist? A few days ago, I heard that the High Sky sect had submitted to the High Heaven Palace, so I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true. Everyone fell silent. Their faces were filled with misery. 30% of their annual income had to be handed over, which meant that everyone would lose 30% of their income every year. No one would be happy about this. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Yang Kai led a group of people to the Northern Territory, and with the High Sky sect's submission, he was able to obtain the contracts that required the sects to hand over 30% of their annual income without much effort. No one dared to resist, at most, like the Myriad Ancestor sect, quietly testing Yang Kai's skills before finding a way out. Yang Kai also didn't just run away. Whenever he found a suitable place, he would arrange a space array and connect it to the High Heaven Palace. This way, if anyone failed to fulfill their promise in the future, the High Heaven Palace could come and teach them a lesson at any time. In the Northern Territory, as long as there was a city, a sect, or a family in charge, they would have to hand over 30% of their income. 30% might not be much, but 30% of the entire Northern Territory was a bit terrifying. This meant that even if the High Heaven Palace didn't do anything in the future, they could still take 30% of the Northern Territory's profits. What's more, with the connections of these cities, sects, and families, they could collect a large number of specialties from the Northern Territory, increasing the trade between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory. The goods collected from the Southern Territory could also be sold in the Northern Territory, and the difference in profit was also a considerable figure. After being busy for more than 20 days, Yang Kai directly returned to the High Heaven Palace through a space array. He had gnawed on several difficult bones in the Northern Territory. The reason why things went so smoothly was because the news of the High Sky sect's submission had spread. Even the High Sky sect had submitted, so they had no choice. Secondly, this time, the four sects had joined forces, so no one dared to resist. Chapter 3240. The matter in the Northern Territory had been settled, and there were still some loose ends that he didn't need to worry about. With Hua Qingxi presiding over and the cooperation of the other three, it wouldn't take much time to solve them all. It was almost time, so Yang Kai greeted Hua Qingxi and led Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. They didn't return to Spirit Sword Peak, but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran was. It was the first time Bian Yuqing came to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking around, she secretly compared Azure Sun Temple and found that the environment of Azure Sun Temple seemed to be worse than her own High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was born in the Southern Territory, and the Blue Feather sect she was in was just a small sect that didn't even have the Emperor realm. Azure Sun Temple, on the other hand, was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. It was much stronger than Blue Feather sect, so she naturally admired Azure Sun Temple. If she was still in the Blue Feather sect, it was impossible for her to be qualified to set foot in Azure Sun Temple, but now that she was the second chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she was qualified to do so. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from a different perspective, she naturally had a different feeling. Staring at the heroic figure in front of her, she secretly rejoiced that she had met a noble person. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, how could she have the ability to be promoted to the Emperor realm? She was afraid that she would have been killed outside the Spirit Lake Palace, not to mention now that she had great power. In the entire High Heaven Palace, she was only below Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. She was the second chief of High Heaven Palace. There were guests at Spirit Sword Peak. Qiu Ran woke up from meditation and summoned Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After introducing both sides, Bian Yuqing saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Greetings, Deputy Temple Master Qiu. She had also heard of Qiu Ran, the Deputy Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. He was a real person above all others. Before she came, she was still a little nervous. She naturally thought a lot when she saw this master, whom she had never met before. But after meeting him in person, she realized that he was nothing more than this. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She lived in the High Heaven Palace all year round, and even the three great Monster King were often seen. A mere second-order Emperor Realm Master could no longer give her much pressure. Second Chief Steward. Qiu Ran cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Kai said, "As for the specifics of the cooperation, Brother Qiu, you can discuss it with Second Chief Steward Bian. I won't accompany you." The main reason he brought Bian Yuqing here was to discuss the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this before. Since it was Gao Shueting who brought it up, he naturally couldn't ignore it, lest that woman got hold of his weakness and kept nagging. Hua Qingxi was currently coordinating the affairs of the Northern Territory. He had no time to spare, so the matter of discussing the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell to Bian Yuqing. Qiu Ran was startled. "Junior Brother Yang, don't you need to personally make such a big decision?" What he meant was, "You sent a second chief steward to discuss with me. Can you really represent me?" This involved a lot of interests. It would be awkward if Yang Kai didn't admit it when they reached an agreement. After all, he had seen Yang Kai haggling over every ounce with him. Yang Kai smiled heartily. "Brother Qiu, you can rest assured that as long as you reach an agreement, I have no objections." How could Qiu Ran know about his recent big movements in the Northern Territory? Although the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple could bring a lot of benefits, Yang Kai didn't care much about it. What's more, he also had a cooperation with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was a business, and it was the main business in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple was just a foil. If he wasn't a guest elder of the temple, how could he send such benefits over? Turning around and walking out, he turned back and said, "Second Chief Steward, you might as well make some concessions. After all, I am an elder of the temple." "Yes," Bian Yuqing responded respectfully. Qiu Ran had a gratified expression on his face. Yang Kai said such words in front of him, which undoubtedly made him have a good impression of him. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Bian Yuqing began to discuss in detail. Yang Kai went straight to Gao Shueting's Purple Bamboo Peak. When he saw Gao Shueting, he asked about the Southern Territory Martial Gathering and learned that there were still 3 days before they could set off. There was plenty of time, so he went to find Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi to catch up. He had been in a hurry the past few days, so he didn't have time to talk much. Murong Xiao was fine. She was more enthusiastic and had a good personality. Everyone knew each other since they were in the Dao Source Realm and had been promoted to Temple Elder, so they had a good chat. Xiao Baiyi was more annoying. The expression on his face was colder than Ji Yao's, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million. After a few words, he asked him to leave, which made Yang Kai want to beat him up. It was inconvenient for a host to not keep a guest, so Yang Kai left in a huff. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye on Spirit Sword Peak. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly and all things were alive. On top of a Spirit Sword Peak, dozens of figures stood. The leader wearing a purple robe was particularly conspicuous. Yang Kai flew over and stopped in midair. When he saw the man in the purple robe, he was slightly startled and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Temple Master." The man in the purple robe was the Temple Master of Temple, Wan Zishan. He had a warm smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked quite elegant. When he heard Yang Kai, he smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yang. It is this subordinate's duty to share the burdens of the temple," Yang Kai said solemnly. It couldn't be helped. In the Northern Territory, he was the temple master of the High Heaven Palace. Here, he was just a guest elder, so he still needed to show the necessary etiquette. "Wait a moment, little Shueting hasn't arrived yet." Sigh. Women are so troublesome. Even when going out, they are so slow. As soon as these words came out, many people glared at him. Even Murong Xiao, who had arrived early, pouted. Being scolded like this for no reason naturally put her in a bad mood. Wen Zishan seemed to realize this as well. He reached out and grabbed the stubble on his chin, looked up at the sky, and said with a look of vicissitudes, "Today's wind is very noisy." Elder Luo, Elder Xiao, Elder Murong. Yang Kai greeted the other 3 people from the Emperor Realm one by one. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Luo Chun was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with him, but because this person's personality was relatively cold, he didn't communicate much with the temple elders. Yang Kai only knew of such a person, but had never had much contact with him. The three people also returned the greetings one by one. These are the disciples who are going to participate in this martial meet? Yang Kai looked up at the dozens of people standing neatly behind him. The dozens of disciples cupped their fists in unison. Greetings, Elder Yang. Among these dozens of people, there were Tao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. After all, the martial meet in the Southern Territory was divided into several levels. Tao Source Realm cultivators were compared to Tao Source Realm cultivators, Origin King Realm cultivators were compared to Origin King Realm cultivators, and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. The temple naturally had to select the best cultivator from each level to participate in this martial meet. The dozen people in the front row were naturally Tao Source Realm cultivators, followed by Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, finding that many of them were familiar faces. It seemed that they had participated in the Four Seasons Realm trial together, but they didn't communicate much and were only familiar with each other. Back then, they were all Tao Source Realm cultivators, and now they were still Tao Source Realm cultivators. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was not a simple matter, and many people were stuck in the Third Order Tao Source Realm for their entire lives. Xia Shang, Xiao Bai-yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao were able to break through to the Emperor Realm partly because of their good aptitude and perception, and partly because of the benefits they obtained in the Four Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. Looking at them, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly paused on a young man's face, because he really knew this person and knew his name. Shui. Back then, Yang Kai came to the temple with Qin Xiaoyang holding the red dust token for the first time, asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons Realm. When the red dust token was issued, the temple could not refuse, so naturally, they gave him a spot. However, the spots to enter the Four Seasons Realm had long been allocated, and since the temple had also given out a spot, there was naturally one less. And the spot that was missing belonged to this guy named Shui. When the news spread, Shui refused to accept it and won a fight with Yang Kai, but the result was that he was naturally not Yang Kai's opponent. Many years ago, if Yang Kai had not seen this person, he would not have remembered it. For eyes met, and Shui's expression was a little awkward, but there was also a kind of viciousness that came from knowing shame. Back then, everyone was in the Tao Source Realm, but now Yang Kai had become an Emperor Realm Master, while he was still struggling in the Tao Source Realm, so it was inevitable that he felt inexplicable. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, realizing that this guy had not been wasting his time all these years. Back then, he was only in the Second Order Tao Source Realm, but now, he was already in the Third Order, and his position was extremely high. Obviously, he was the candidate that the temple had high hopes for. As they reminisced about the past, the two looked away as soon as their eyes met. Shui secretly sighed. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him. Now that their identities were different, if Yang Kai really wanted to embarrass him, he could not resist. At this moment, a stream of light rushed over from Purple Bamboo Peak and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. When Zishan's eyes lit up as he said, "Little Shueting, you're dressed so beautifully today. Are you preparing to get married? Congratulations. Congratulations." "Shut your stinky mouth." Gao Shueting glanced at Wen Zishan coldly, not giving him any face. Wen Zishan said, "Oh, why are you so fierce? Be careful that no one dares to marry you. If you can't get married, you'll become an old maid." Gao Shueting's eyes became colder and colder, and she had the urge to stab him to death with her sword. She coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." She was such a beautiful woman, but she was actually forced to use vulgarities. It could be seen how bad her mood was. The group of disciples lowered their heads and looked at the two with dull expressions, their quarrel going in one ear and out the other. Luo Chun looked down at the ground, Xiao Bai looked up at the sky, and Murong Xiao Xiao looked at her fingers, seemingly hesitating whether to cut her fingernails. Yang Kai came over and casually praised, "Junior sister's fingers are very beautiful." Murong Xiao Xiao blushed furiously, not knowing where to place her hand. Everyone turned their heads to look at him, and Yang Kai also realized that he had misspoken and his expression twitched. Fortunately, Gao Shueting asked, "Is everyone here?" Xiaobai nodded. Everyone is here. Since everyone is here, let's go. After speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. A group of people followed closely behind. When Zishan was stunned for a moment and touched his chin, it seems, I am the temple master. Chapter 32:41. Along the way, Yang Kai finally learned a side of Wen Zishan that no one knew about. A chatterbox. There was no end to his chatter. Although Yang Kai felt that this guy was a bit unreliable before, he hadn't spent much time with him after all, so he didn't know what his character was like. This time, Yang Kai finally saw it for himself. First, he pestered Gao Shueting, so naturally, he was snubbed. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, only Gao Shueting dared to not give him face. After suffering a setback from Gao Shueting, he slowed down and caught up with Yang Kai and the others, talking about the past and present with great enthusiasm. Luoqin and Xiao Bai were both relatively indifferent people, so they didn't speak much. Out of respect for the temple master, they replied a few words before closing their eyes, looking like they were conserving their energy. With this, Yang Kai and Murong Xiao were in for a bad time. Fortunately, Wen Zishan didn't pester the two for too long. After half a day, they fell behind the crowd again and joined a group of Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters. Murong Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group of disciples behind them gave them face. The key was that Wen Zishan, a temple master, didn't put on airs, so how could they not cooperate? Especially the few disciples who were patted on the shoulder by Wen Zishan and praised as the future pillars of the temple will depend on you in the future. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and wanted to take out their hearts for Wen Zishan to see, to let him know that their loyalty to the temple could be witnessed by heaven and earth and the sun and moon. Yang Kai glanced back from time to time with a wonderful expression on his face. He knew that he was a bit unreliable as the High Heaven Palace Temple Master, but compared to Wen Zishan, he was simply a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Flying all the way, they passed by several cities and passed through space arrays. In the evening, the crowd arrived at the location of Orthodoxy Temple. Towering mountains rose and fell like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The scenery was beautiful and varied. Orthodoxy Temple was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so naturally, it occupied a paradise. The environment here was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the slightest, adding to the beautiful scenery. Looking from afar, clouds and mist rose from the mountains, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world a golden yellow. In front of the gates of the Orthodoxy Palace, there were many people moving about. It was very lively. It was obvious that the date of the martial gathering was approaching. Many people had rushed over. After all, the martial gathering was a grand occasion for the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention the bountiful rewards that made people envious. If one could perform well in the martial gathering, they would definitely be able to receive the care of their elders in the future. There were also many lowly cultivators who wanted to fight for a future in the martial gathering. This was not without precedent. Although those cultivators of low birth could not participate in the group competition, as long as they performed outstandingly in the individual competition, most of them would be able to join the major sections. For those large sects, what they were fighting for was the ranking and face. The generous rewards were secondary. However, for some small sects or families, those rewards were really enviable. Not to mention, there was a chance to make a great leap. Who would be willing to miss it? Therefore, every martial gathering in the Southern Territory was extremely lively, and there were countless participants. Tomorrow was the opening day of the martial gathering, and Azure Sun Temple had come at the right time. As one of the top sects, they naturally had to put on airs. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still knew the importance of this kind of thing. Today, the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Palace was not activated, but there were many people outside welcoming guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black immediately greeted them. Beside him was a young man with a refined temperament. Both of them were the Emperor Realm cultivators. The elderly man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the young man was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Temple Master Wen's visit brings light to Orthodoxy Palace's humble dwelling. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you. The elderly man greeted with a smile and cupped his fists. When Zishan also put on the air of a temple master, as if the chatterbox on the way here was not him at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Elder Feng is too polite. Is Elder Feng the one welcoming guests this time?" The elderly man was none other than Elder Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai had seen him more than once, so he was not unfamiliar with him. He had also cooperated with Gao Shueting many times. Back in the Four Seasons realm, when the demonic Qi invaded Maplewood City, and when the demonic spirit was revived in the southern swamp, he had appeared. However, the two were not of the same generation, so they did not have much interaction. Yang Kai, however, had dealt with the young man behind him. The young man obviously also noticed Yang Kai. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you're here too?" Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Brother Zhuang." This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Palace, Zhuangbu Fan. He had appeared in the Four Seasons realm and Shattered Star Sea. He was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Bai Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with each other. Now that they were gathered together, it was natural for them to have a chat. With this, no one paid attention to Luo Chen, but he was naturally indifferent, so he did not feel awkward and just stood there without saying a word. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a swishing sound coming from afar. Everyone looked back and saw a huge sword rapidly approaching from the horizon. The terrifying sword Qi it exuded seemed to be able to hurt people from a distance, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled slightly and said, "Holy Master Ma is here." When Zishan curled his lips in disdain, he really knows how to pick the right time. He seemed to feel that he had suffered a loss by coming early. Star Soul Palace had sent people to observe the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so Wan Zishan had personally led a team to give face. As a top force in the Southern Territory, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally would not be ignorant, so Holy Master Ma Qing had personally led a team here. They were all old acquaintances, so Wan Zishan knew that Ma Qing had come as soon as he saw the sword light. Sure enough, the sword light suddenly approached, and when the light dissipated, a group of dozens of people appeared. The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was thin, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. His figure was tall and straight, and his whole person gave off an unstoppable feeling. "This is Ma Qing." Yang Kai could not help but look at him curiously. It was also the first time he had seen the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so he did not expect it to be an old man. Compared to him, Wan Zishan was much more pleasing to the eye. Feng Ming took the initiative to greet them and exchanged pleasantries. Ma Qing and the others cupped their fists in return. This time, the people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were similar to those from Azure Sun Temple, led by 4 or 5 elders from the Emperor Realm. There were dozens of disciples of all levels in total, and they were obviously the best of the best. "Brother One," Ma Qing put one hand behind his back and stroked the beard on his chin with the other, nodding lightly to Wan Zishan. When Zishan was a little tired, Brother Ma is very punctual. He seemed to be mocking him for coming on time. Ma Qing's expression was still indifferent. "My disciples are not very easy to worry about, so I took some time on the way." When Zishan smiled, "If they know they are not easy to worry about, they should have set off earlier. It is not good to keep Brother Lei waiting. Brother Wen seems to have just arrived, right?" Pfft. When Zishan curled his lips, "I have been here for half a day, but I have only been talking to Elder Feng until now." The two seemed to have some grudges, and they were not at each other's throats as soon as they met. Not only were the two temple masters and holy masters like this, but even their disciples were the same. Dozens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were glaring at Heavenly Martial Holy Land's disciples, and naturally, the other side was not willing to be outdone and glared back, as if they were water and fire. Yang Kai was amazed. Although he was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, to be honest, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, and he didn't know what kind of enmity they had with Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The moment the disciples met, they were silently confronting each other. The two temple masters and holy masters above were not easy to worry about, but the disciples below were not soft persimmons, and the same was true for the elders in the middle. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Murong Xiao Xiao and the other's eyes meeting with the four from the Emperor realm of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. And there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. What the hell? Yang Kai was confused. Among the four elders of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, a young man walked out. The young man was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were cold and sharp, like a fierce beast hibernating in his body, ready to burst out at any time. This young man's eyes were also very strange, one blue and the other red, looking very strange. Wu Chong, just like his name. Each of the top sects in the Southern Territory had a rising star in each generation. The rising star of Azure Sun Temple was Xiaoshang. The rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land was Zhuangbu Fan, and the rising star of Orthodoxy Temple was Wu Chong. Yang Kai had dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm and knew that this guy was difficult to deal with. He seemed to have a special physique, and his individual combat strength was extremely strong. In the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory, Xiaoshang was defeated by him and was ranked second in the individual battle. Although he regained some face in the group battle, when it came to the number one youth in the Southern Territory, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Wu Chong, not Xiaoshang. Of course, Lan Sun from Star Soul Palace was also very good, but Star Soul Palace would not send disciples to participate in the martial gathering, so there was no ranking. Yang Kai secretly wondered if the two sects were fighting like this because of the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory. In the individual battle, Xiaoshang was suppressed by others, and the Azure Sun Temple was quite unconvinced. In the group battle, the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was suppressed by the Azure Sun Temple, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was definitely not comfortable. Wu Cheng's two different colored eyes glanced at everyone, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Xiaoshang didn't come?" He seemed to be a little disappointed. Yang Kai said, "Brother Xia was guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave." "Coward." Wu Cheng coldly snorted. Xiao Baiyi's drooping eyes suddenly raised, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Wu Cheng. Murong Xiao Xiao also looked at Wu Cheng angrily. As soon as they met, Wu Cheng scolded someone, and the person he scolded was Xiaoshang, the leader of Azure Sun Temple. Who in Azure Sun Temple could swallow this insult? Feng Ming glanced over, intentionally or unintentionally, but he had no intention of stopping them. He was still talking and laughing with Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan also pretended not to hear. It was not appropriate for him, the temple master, to intervene in the confrontation between the people below. The same was true for Ma Qing. Although the three top sects in the Southern Territory often cooperated, the competition was also fierce. Everyone wanted to suppress the others, but with Star Soul Palace sitting at the top, no one dared to fall out, so it was not a big deal to let the people below make a scene. Chapter 32-42. Why are you scolding me? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wu Cheng sneered, "He doesn't even dare to see me. Isn't that cowardly?" Murong Xiao Xiao said angrily, "Brother Xia is busy. It's not that he doesn't dare to see you." Wu Cheng clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Everyone has excuses. He's just afraid of being embarrassed by this king again, right?" "That's not it." Murong Xiao Xiao still wanted to argue, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and said flatly, "I have also heard about what happened at the last martial gathering. A moment of pride is nothing, but before I came, Brother Xia said that junior brother Wu Chong is a very enthusiastic person, so I must accompany you." He hadn't even seen Xiaosheng recently, so it was impossible for him to give such an explanation. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face? Naturally, he had to refute and stabilize his momentum first. "You?" Wu Cheng looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and nodded slightly. "You have some qualifications. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Maybe it'll be a surprise." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "This son of a bitch, don't fall into my hands, or I'll teach you a lesson." "Shameless boasting." Wu Cheng sneered. Chen Wenhao turned his head and shouted, "Wu Cheng, shut up. This is Orthodoxy Temple. Don't be presumptuous." Gao Shueting also said, "Stop talking." Wu Cheng's face was filled with resentment, but he knew he couldn't refute his elder's face in front of outsiders, so he simply waved his hand and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai and the others naturally didn't bother to continue arguing, so the disturbance disappeared. After all, everyone knew that in this situation, no one could fight. Arguing would only make them look like fools. When Zishan chuckled, young people are really full of youthful vigor. Not bad, not bad. Feng Ming was noncommittal as he cupped his fists and said, most of the southern mountain range's fellow Taoists have arrived. The hall master is currently accompanying them. This way, please. He then turned to Zhuangbu Fan and said, Little Fan, lead the two seniors to the guest hall. Yes, Zhuangbu Fan responded and stretched out his hand. Everyone, please. Feng Ming said, Temple Master 1, Holy Master Ma, please forgive me. I have duties to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to accompany you. Elder Feng is too polite. Let's chat later. When Zishan smiled slightly and followed behind Zhuangbu Fan towards the top of the mountain, Ma Qing also nodded at him. He led the group of people from the heavenly martial Holy Land and followed closely behind. This time, there was no competition. As the group of people walked further and further away, Feng Ming suddenly looked back and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He frowned slightly. When there was no one around, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. No one knew who he was sending a message to. When the group was halfway there, they came to a fork in the road. On both sides, there were disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace waiting. When they saw people, they bowed and extended their hands in invitation. Zhuangbu Fan turned his head and said, Seniors, please make arrangements for the disciples participating in the martial meet. This group of people was going to rest at the top of the mountain, and only those from the Emperor realm were qualified to do so. The disciples behind them naturally couldn't follow. Everyone was well aware of this. When Zishan turned his head and gestured to Gao Shueting, Gao Shueting immediately arranged for a group of disciples from Azure Sun Temple to follow an attendant to the right path. Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the left path. The disciples of the two forces didn't get along very well. If they were really arranged to stay together, it was likely that a fight would break out before the martial meet began tomorrow. One must know that at this time, there were no elders from the Emperor realm to suppress them. The remaining group of people followed Wu Chang up the stairs again. The people from the two forces were divided into two groups. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the mountain. A magnificent palace with an extraordinary aura came into view. There were already attendants waiting outside the palace. Zhuangbu Fan led a group of people into the palace. When they entered, a burst of noise came, causing Yang Kai, Murong Xiao, and the others to look at each other. They didn't expect it to be so lively. Looking around, they were a little surprised. There were no less than 500 to 600 people gathered in the palace, most of whom were masters from the Emperor realm. Attendants shuttled back and forth, and the palace was filled with tables with fruits and delicacies, as well as fine wine. The palace was full of guests, and it was very lively. From time to time, there would be people shuttling back and forth, raising their cups and inviting people to drink. In the middle of the palace, a group of more than 40 young girls were dancing. Their clothes were not revealing, and each of them was full of youthfulness. Their faces were also beautiful, and their waists were graceful. As they danced, some people smiled and looked at them. Although these dancers had been arranged by the Orthodoxy Hall to liven things up, the Orthodoxy Hall's status was still there, so they wouldn't spend too much effort in this aspect. If they were dressed too skimpily, others would inevitably look down on them, so the current arrangement made the Orthodoxy Hall look even more imposing. However, most people's attention was not on them. This was the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, and the sect masters and patriarchs of various sects were gathered here. This was the time to build relationships, so who would have the time to pay attention to them? It was not easy for people from the Emperor realm to gather together, and the martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a good platform for this gathering. As soon as Wan Zishan and Ma Qing led a group of people in, someone put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up to salute, Temple Master 1, Holy Master Ma. As soon as the voice came out, the noisy hall quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and greeted him. Wan Zishan had a smile on his face as he bowed to everyone. Under Zhuangbu Fan's lead, he walked all the way to the front. Ma Qing, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead with a cold expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was like this. It was not that he did not give face to others. At the head of the table, a burly man in black clothes looked over with a smile. He turned his head and said to a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance sitting on his right, "I told you, those two would definitely arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, aren't they here now?" The scholarly man smiled and said, "Brother Lei is truly a genius." Besides Orthodoxy Temple's temple master Lei Gu, no one else had the qualifications to sit at the head of the table here. This scholarly man was obviously a sect master from one of the Southern Territories' sects. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his seat was very close to the front. "Brother Lei." When Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists, Lei Gu stood up and said, "The two of you must be tired from the long journey. Please take a seat first." Although there were many tables in the hall and many people were seated, the 4 tables at the front were empty and no one dared to occupy them. These 4 tables were obviously reserved for people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. When Zishan and Ma Qing separated to the left and right, each leading their respective elders to sit on the left and right. When Zishan and Ma Qing naturally each occupied a table, while the few elders they brought along squeezed together in one corner. Azure Sun Temple side had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land side, so one table was full. Immediately, a maid came forward to pour wine for everyone. Lei Gu slowly stood up, raised his cup high, and said in a clear voice, "This is the Southern Territories Martial Gathering, a grand event. I am indebted to the Southern Territories fellow Taoists for holding this martial gathering in my Orthodoxy Temple. This Lei and my Orthodoxy Temple will do our best to create a fair competition for everyone in the Southern Territory. We will not show any favoritism. Here, I wish all of your sect's disciples victory and prosperity in the martial Tao, passing down the torch of our Southern Territory. This little wine is not enough to show my respect. Please drink to your heart's content." "Thank you, Temple Master Lei." In the hall, everyone responded in unison, raised their cups, and drank together. The scene was lively. A toast was Lei Gu's etiquette as the host, followed by everyone's free time. Tomorrow was the day of the martial gathering, and at that time, it would not be so harmonious. Casualties and losses among the disciples were inevitable. Many people from Azure Sun Temple's table came to toast, but most of them came because of Gao Shueting's face. Luo Chun did not have many connections, so he did not have this privilege. Yang Kai, Xiao Bai Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao purely came to broaden their horizons and did not know many people from the Emperor realm, so naturally, no one paid attention to them. Yang Kai took the time to ask Murong Xiao Xiao about it and understood why the relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was a bit stiff. Things were as he expected. It was indeed because of the previous martial gathering. In the individual and group battles, both sides fought for first and second place, so naturally, there was some competition. Half an hour later, Lei Gu, Wan Zishan, and Ma Qing left early. The 3 of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's martial gathering. Although Orthodoxy Temple was in charge of the roster and the layout of the venue, Wan Zishan and Ma Qing still had to check it out. After the 3 of them left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became livelier. It was obvious that the 3 of them gave off some pressure. Yang Kai drank and ate while looking around, looking a little bored. To be honest, he was a little interested in the martial gathering at first, but after coming here, he found that it was just, if this matter had not been brought to him, he would have wanted to go home now. Although there wouldn't be any major problems with the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust hadn't settled yet, so he couldn't be at ease if he didn't personally oversee it. The main reason was that his cultivation was high now. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the competition between Tao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't arouse his interest. He had already killed a lot of people from the Emperor Realm, so how could he be in the mood to watch these small fights? However, since Azure Sun Temple had given him the nod, he could only accompany them. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Gao Shueting, Senior Sister Gao. What did that guy Wu Chang mean when he said that Brother Xia was afraid of losing to him again? Is this martial gathering going to have a competition between people from the Emperor Realm? Gao Shueting said, "There won't be a martial gathering, but there will be after the martial gathering. Participation is voluntary, and there are no rewards. It's purely an exchange." Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind. If Wu Chang provoked him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. No matter what kind of special constitution he had, he couldn't be stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, right? Yang Kai thought that with his current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to face a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he used all his cards, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have to stand aside. He just didn't know if Wu Chang would give him this opportunity. Raising his cup to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Chang looking in his direction. His blue and red eyes were extremely strange. Yang Kai sneered and showed a look of disdain, which almost made Wu Chang's nose crooked. Chapter 32-43. Late at night, the banquet was over. The people from Azure Sun Temple were led by a maid to their lodging. It didn't take long for them to reach a mountain peak that was full of world energy. The scenery was beautiful, and the soft moonlight poured down on the earth, illuminating the surroundings. There was a brightly lit palace on the peak. It was where the people from Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had also come here to rest. The maid led everyone here and left respectfully. Someone else led them to the guest room. Not long after, everything was arranged. After a little tidying up, Yang Kai's heart moved. He took out a communication artifact and checked it. He frowned, opened the door, and walked out. He turned a corner, came to another room, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Gao Shueting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wan Zishan, Luo Chun, Xiao Bai-yi, and Murong Xiao in the room. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Wan Zishan shook a jade slip in his hand. "I have something to do." Saying so, he flicked the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He closed the door and scanned it with his divine sense. He was surprised. What is this? Inside the jade slip was a list of names, each name corresponding to a number, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He saw his own name on the list, and it appeared more than once. Gao Shueting explained, "We led the team here not only to urge the disciples to work hard, but also to act as judges." Judges? Yang Kai was stunned. "Yes," Gao Shueting explained. "The martial gathering is divided into 3 levels: Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. Let's not talk about the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm for now. The fights between Dao Source Realm disciples can't be underestimated. They need the Emperor Realm to be the judge. First, to ensure the fairness of the competition, and second, to ensure that no one dies during the competition." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai understood a little. Although the martial gathering was in the nature of a competition, if they really fought, the situation would change in an instant. It was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties, and if they wanted to avoid this, they would naturally need a stronger cultivator to stand guard. A competition between Dao Source Realm cultivators could only be stopped or rescued by the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, if 100 or 80 people died in a martial assembly, no one would look good. After knowing this, Yang Kai carefully looked at the jade slip and said, "In other words, I need to be in charge of combat ring number 8 for a total of 5 days?" Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Yes, the martial gathering will last for a month. In the individual battles, Junior Brother Yang, you'll be in charge of arena number 8. Remember the time, and the others will take turns to guard the arena." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he remembered. This time, there were so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so even if the martial gathering lasted for a month, he only needed to watch for 5 days. Naturally, the rest would be taken turns. He couldn't be the only one watching for 30 days. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "Wouldn't this give some people a chance to cheat? If one of their own sect's disciples went up, it would be inevitable that they would take care of him." When Zishan chuckled, "They're all people who care about face. Even if there's an opportunity, no one will do it too obviously. They will try to ensure fairness. Besides, other than you referees in charge of each arena, there will be others who will be watching the various arenas. It won't be easy to cheat." Gao Shueting said, "In any case, just remember one thing. Don't let anyone die. As for other situations, you'll have to take care of yourself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll do my best." He didn't take it too seriously. Although it was the first time in his life that he was a referee, with his current strength, protecting 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators in a battle without risking his life was not a problem. In addition to Yang Kai, Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others also had this task. Everyone would be referees for about 5 days. When Zishan gave a few more instructions before the crowd dispersed, Gao Shueting took out her communication artifact and called the participating disciples over, giving them another round of instructions. At the same time, on another spirit peak, in a secret room, a burly man was sitting on the ground. Black chi was wrapped around his body, filling the entire secret room. It kept turning and swimming around like a spirit snake, looking extremely terrifying. There was a knock on the door, and the burly man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black, without the slightest trace of whiteness. A timid person would probably be scared half to death if they saw this. Just as he opened his eyes, the black chi wandering in the secret room seemed to be summoned and retracted into his body. His black eyes gradually returned to their original color, and the black chi disappeared, making him look no different from an ordinary person. "Come in." A majestic voice sounded. The door was opened, and an elderly man stepped in. The burly man looked up at him. "Why is that guy here?" The elderly man frowned and said, "I'm also surprised. I haven't heard any news about him for more than 10 years. It is said that he has long left the Southern Territory. I don't know why he would appear at this time." The burly man said, "What the hell is one Zishan doing? It can't be that he specifically called him here because of the martial meeting, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence?" The burly man coldly snorted. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, this person can't be left alive. He's a hindrance to our grand plan." The elderly man raised his brow. "Master, you mean prevention is better than cure? Find a way to get rid of him." The elderly man was silent for a moment, then frowned and said, "This person is not easy to get rid of. If it's easy to get rid of him, then why did I call you here? The martial meeting is scheduled for a month. Think of a safe way to get rid of him within a month. Be sure to leave no traces behind."
"Yes."
The elderly man cupped his hands. Seeing that there were no more orders, he retreated. He came to the door of the secret room and sighed. If it was just an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, then it would be fine. They could find more people to get rid of him, but this person was somewhat unusual. He controlled the law of space. Even if he couldn't beat him, his ability to escape was first class. Once he escaped, the news would be leaked, and they would fail. This was difficult. After thinking for a long time, the elderly man finally made up his mind. It seemed that he could only find someone from that side to make a move. Only someone from that side could get close to him without him noticing and give him a fatal blow. After making up his mind, he hurriedly left. The sky was clear and blue for thousands of miles. In the huge basin surrounded by mountains on all sides, flags were fluttering and heads were moving. This was the place where the martial meeting was held in the Southern Territory. In the entire Southern Territory, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the Orthodoxy Palace. Other than this basin, there was no other place that could accommodate so many people to compete together. In the basin, there were hundreds of arenas scattered like chess pieces. They were all meticulously built and protected by arrays. It was enough to allow hundreds of cultivator pairs to fight on the arenas together. Halfway up the mountain to the east, there was a row of newly built huts with tables set up. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the mountain valley. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Southern Territory's great sects came here in 2s and 3s, and after some polite greetings, they sat down one after another. The people from the 3 great sects naturally sat at the top. On the first day of the martial meeting, whether they were willing or not, the leaders of the 3 great powers all showed up. Because there were even more important people on the stage, they couldn't afford to be careless. In the valley, tens of thousands of cultivator pairs who were about to participate in the martial meeting held their breaths. The tense atmosphere spread. Many people looked up at the mountainside with reverence, secretly fantasizing about when they would be able to sit there. And this martial meeting was definitely the best platform for Carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. As long as they could perform outstandingly in the martial meeting, those with good backgrounds would receive more resources to nurture, and those with poor backgrounds might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. In the stands, the people from the Emperor realm couldn't understand this feeling, so they continued to chat and laugh. Suddenly, A streak of light came from afar and landed on the stands. "They're here." Legu smiled slightly and stood up first. Everyone else also quickly stood up. Originally, there were people who were secretly surprised at who dared to fly so arrogantly in the Orthodoxy Palace, but after seeing Legu's expression, they could guess a thing or two. How could they dare to be careless? The light landed in front of the crowd, revealing several figures. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance and a vigorous aura. Surprisingly, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The people behind him, regardless of their cultivation, were all dignified and had extraordinary temperaments. The people from Star Soul Palace had arrived, and it was Xiao Yuyang. "Greetings, Brother Xiao." Legu and the others cupped their fists. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "No need to be so polite. This Xiao has arrived late." Every martial meeting in the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace would appear. After all, it was a matter of the entire Southern Territory. As the guardian god of the Southern Territory and the Overlord sect, Star Soul Palace naturally had to participate, but they didn't send their disciples to participate. Instead, they were here to supervise. Not late, not late. The timing is just right." Legu chuckled. Although their cultivations were about the same, Xiao Yuyang was here on behalf of Star Soul Palace, so how could he not give face? After inviting Xiao Yuyang to take a seat and casually exchanging a few words, Xiao Yuyang said, "It's about time. Let's begin." Legu nodded and winked at Feng Ming. Feng Ming stepped forward, took out a scroll, spread it out with both hands, and read aloud, "Today, tens of thousands of young talents from the Southern Territory have gathered here for the martial meeting. Orthodoxy Temple is honored. With Star Soul Palace taking the lead, we have drawn up a few rules. We hope all participants will abide by them. If anyone violates them, they will be severely punished." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of his Emperor Qi, it spread throughout the mountain valley, allowing tens of thousands of people to listen attentively. There weren't many rules, and if there were too many restrictions, it wouldn't be interesting. But there were still some restrictions. For example, if someone had already admitted defeat, they couldn't be ruthless. Another example was that no spirit pills could be taken during the competition, especially those that could stimulate one's potential and increase one's cultivation. Once discovered, not only would the person involved be punished, the sect behind them would also suffer. Every martial meeting had these rules. Before coming, the elders of their respective sects would repeatedly remind them of these rules, so the tens of thousands of people naturally knew them by heart, but they still had to follow the necessary procedures. For a time, only Feng Ming's voice echoed throughout the mountain valley. After the rules were read out, it was time to read out the rewards. This was the highlight of the competition. Everyone had come here to compete for these benefits, so the tens of thousands of people in the mountain valley immediately raised their heads in anticipation. Chapter 32:44. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the three great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, they would also be able to enter the secret lands of the three great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the three great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation. Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul, Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the three great sects contained a cultivator's essence, chi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these three places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first place winners were always from the three great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the three great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the three great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the three great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second-place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the 3 secret lands were reduced to 2. The third-place winner could choose a sect to join, and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Phone. Phone. The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. One after another, they landed on the chest-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience, he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Kai Yang glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between 2 realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life or death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down. You're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was 1 minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet. How do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm Yongkai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yongkai's opinion. Yongkai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, the two of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward, face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yongkai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring, and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. "I am the referee of the 8th ring, and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up?" But the referee couldn't side with anyone and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others, and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic, and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back, and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different, and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost." As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yongkai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle, one foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yongkai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation, He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Chapter 32:45. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Asterisk Guang. Asterisk with a loud bang. The black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented. If Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, both of them were extremely strong in the Dao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The 4 Seasons realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Dao Source realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chong and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the 2 men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura, and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth, and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivators. In a short while, the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these 2 opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her 2 ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-clothed man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber, and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die! The black-clothed man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in midair, she changed the hand seal in her hand again. The black-clothed man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment he was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source chi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. I admit defeat, he hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more, and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word, "Admit defeat," Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time, he raised his other hand and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in midair. The black-clothed man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly. Because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-clothed man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back, and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-clothed man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist, and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury. Although it was not life-threatening, if she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Chi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously, she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win? Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, Contestant 301 wins. Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise, and she smiled happily. When the black-clothed man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-clothed man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, Who is her fellow disciple? Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. Senior, take her away and treat her. Yang Kai waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fists to Yang Kai before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Yang Kai stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, Number 605 against number 8036. Chapter 3246. Perhaps it was because the battle between Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man had a good start, but the following cultivators were all trying their best to show off. They used all kinds of magical techniques and fought fiercely. Some of the fights were really not bad, making Kai Yang nod his head repeatedly. But there were also some fights that were dull and boring, with nothing to write home about. If it wasn't for his duty as a referee, Kai Yang would have already dozed off. A day passed, and when evening came, the sounds of fighting in the various arenas in the valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested and waited for the next battle. Yang Kai also returned to the spirit peak that belonged to the Azure Sun Temple. He was exhausted from the day. In fact, he only stood in the arena and watched. He didn't fight many times, but it was very tiring to maintain his focus. After resting for 2 hours, Gao Shueting sent a message to him, asking him to come over. Yang Kai had no choice but to open the door and go out. Outside the hall, several elders of the Azure Sun Temple from the Emperor Realm were waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, Wan Zishan grinned, Let's go. Where are we going? Yang Kai couldn't help but be suspicious. You'll know when we get there. Wan Zishan had a mysterious look on his face as he led everyone in a certain direction. Halfway through, he asked Gao Shueting and found out that they were going to participate in a conference. The martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a grand occasion. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered in one place, and hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor Realm gathered in one place. It was an extremely rare scene. During the day, a group of cultivators from the Emperor Realm were responsible for acting as judges and maintaining the order of the martial gathering. At night, it was time for the cultivators from the Emperor Realm to gather and interact with each other. This was also the custom of every martial gathering. With so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm, everyone had some good stuff on hand. It wasn't worth it to sell these things, but they could be exchanged with others for treasures they needed. Of course, as the host, the Orthodoxy Temple would also collect many treasures and take them out to attract others during the martial gathering. This wasn't the only exchange meeting. There would be an exchange meeting on the first night and another every 5 days. There would be a total of 6 meetings. It was guaranteed that everyone from the Emperor Realm would gain something. Hearing that it was an exchange meeting, Yang Kai was also interested. When they arrived, they saw hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm gathered in a large hall. Although there were many people, it wasn't noisy. Only the surging spiritual energy indicated that these people were secretly communicating with each other. After the people from the Orthodoxy Hall arrived, a simple opening speech was given and the exchange officially began. As the host, the Orthodoxy Palace was the first to throw out a few extraordinary treasures, stirring up everyone's enthusiasm. Soon after, there were people who took out things they didn't want to trade for things in the hands of others. During this period, the exchange meeting was just a platform. As for how to make sure both sides didn't suffer a loss, that would need to be discussed in private. Azure Sun Temple didn't make any moves for the time being. Yongkai didn't know what the others were thinking, but he didn't see anything that interested him. Now that his knowledge and experience were far greater than before, ordinary treasures couldn't tempt him, so he was mainly here to watch the fun. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao seemed to be very interested in many things. Unfortunately, the two of them had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, so they didn't have enough wealth to exchange with others, so they could only sigh. In the middle of the night, the exchange meeting ended and everyone returned to their own places. The next day, the martial gathering began again, and the mountain valley that had been silent all night was lively again. Yongkai didn't join in the fun again and just sat in his guest room to rest. Today, he didn't need to be a referee, so with nothing to do, he simply entered the small sealed world to investigate. Recently, he had been busy, so he didn't pay much attention to the situation of the small sealed world. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to take a look. As soon as he entered the small sealed world, Yongkai felt that there was an invisible will in this world that was paying attention to him, as if a sleeping dragon had raised its eyes to look at him for a moment before closing them again. Yongkai knew that it was the will of the rolling stone, so he didn't take it to heart. In the star territory, using the small sealed world as a carrier, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to devour cultivation stars, inadvertently giving birth to a trace of will in the entire small sealed world, and even transforming it into a rolling stone, which could be said to be a great gain. However, the rolling stone didn't have much self-awareness. Its existence was very strange, and Yongkai still didn't know how it was born. Even if he was given another chance, he couldn't guarantee that he could make a second rolling stone. Today's small sealed world was vast and full of vitality. The rolling stone had devoured several cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Not only did it integrate the territory of those cultivation stars, but the creatures that lived on those cultivation stars were now all living in the small sealed world. The existence of these creatures brought about birth, old age, illness, and death, becoming, living, becoming, breaking, and emptiness, allowing this world to have an initial cycle of reincarnation. Inexplicably, Yongkai felt that today's small sealed world was a little different from before. It seemed that this was the real world. With just a thought, an invisible and magnificent force was added to his body, making Yongkai feel like he was the real world. World force. Only by comprehending the world force could one be qualified to become great emperors. Yongkai, who clearly felt this power, was pleasantly surprised. Although he could control the small sealed world before, he didn't feel the world force from this world so easily. It seemed that after the rolling stone devoured several cultivation stars and countless creatures, it had really changed this world. Although he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now, he would never stop at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even if his future was full of thorns, he was destined to move forward bravely. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yongkai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yongkai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind, and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force, but his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Yang Kai was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Yang Kai wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength, and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Yang Kai using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Yang Kai found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. At this moment, they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Yang Kai greatly, as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for 2 reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Yang Kai had the means to expel them, it would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Yang Kai would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, no one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. Chapter 32:47. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the World. Who would dare to stay where they were? they all fled. Two delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Yang Kai, they bowed, "Master." These were Mu Zhu and Mu Lu that Yang Kai had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Mu Zhu swept her eyes over Yang Kai and covered her red lips. "Master, are you injured?" With Yang Kai's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Yang Kai weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The two wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered and one stood in front of Yang Kai while the other flew behind Yang Kai. At the same time, they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Yang Kai. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Yang Kai's body. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Yang Kai also knew what the two were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Yang Kai felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength, and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Yang Kai or not. But, judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Yang Kai's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Yang Kai suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. "Thank you." Yang Kai thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, "Master, you are too polite." Yang Kai stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Yang Kai had never carefully taken care of them because there was the immortal tree here. The immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth-veined stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan, green, and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before, so there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked over and saw a leaf of the immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Do you usually sleep on those leaves?" Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other, and the former said, "Is it not good?" "If it is not good, we—" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want." "Thank you, Master." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you." The Wood Spirit Clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Yang Kai did not expect that Mu Lu would force two of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit Clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the two wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These two precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the wood spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the wood spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, "Master, we decided to plant some things here." "I see." Yang Kai had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were, since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Yang Kai objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of objecting. "Plant whatever you want. There's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here." "Thank you, Master." Mu Zhu smiled, but hesitated to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate." Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu and pushed her. Mu Lu blushed and said shyly, "Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small." The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits, it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mu Lu or Mu Zhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. "Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu thought for a moment and said, "Double? What other requests do you have?" Mu Lu lowered her head and said, "If Master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great." "No problem." Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The two wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit, but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The two wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the wood spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night, he called Xiao Bai Yi and Morong Xiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time, Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time, he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Na. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, The two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally, there wouldn't be too many. Yang Kai could only wait until the end of this martial gathering and return to the Northern Territory to think of a way. He believed that by then, with the help of the entire Northern Territory, collecting some seeds would be a piece of cake. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The door opened, and a woman dressed as a maid stood outside. She bowed and said, "Elder Yang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." This maid was arranged by the Orthodoxy Temple to serve them. In truth, the Emperor realm didn't need to serve them. They were only here to run errands and do odd jobs. Who is it? Yang Kai felt a little strange. Since it was someone who wanted to see him, it was definitely someone with a lower status than him. Yang Kai couldn't think of anyone who would want to see him at this time. It's a woman. She said she's here to thank Elder Yang for saving her life. She seems to be called Jade. Chapter 32:48. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day, he was the referee, so when the Jade Chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse. So he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." "Yes." The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yu Chuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He had been conferred the title of guest elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade and was gradually forgotten. Yu Chuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her, they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks." Yu Chuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured, and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yu Chuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa sect's disciple Yu Chuan greets Senior. Yu Chuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yu Chuan's eyes met. Yu Chuan's eyes and smiled. Yu's Chuan. Yu's raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, "A few days ago, I was saved by Senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty." "Miss you, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act. Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for Senior's spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill, she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. She suspected that the spirit pill was an emperor pill, because only an emperor pill would have such a powerful effect, allowing her to recover on the second day. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but didn't comment. Logically speaking, as a judge, he shouldn't have given the contestants any spirit pills. However, he did it secretly and believed that no one would notice. The jade pendant also wouldn't spread the news. Moreover, it was given after the competition, so it didn't matter. Jade Chakram took a step forward and raised the clothes in her hands slightly. I've washed Senior's clothes and have come to return them. Yang Kai nodded. Put them down. He didn't reach out to take them. It was just a set of ordinary clothes. At the time, he had casually taken them out to cover Jade Chakram's wounds and didn't think of taking them back. However, this woman's actions made Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Jade Chakram obediently put the clothes in her hands to the side and turned her head, curiously looking around the room. She didn't show any fear, but instead appeared natural and unrestrained. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Is there anything else?" Although the door wasn't closed to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't be good for a man and woman to be seen in the same room. Not to mention, he was now a judge. How could he privately interact with the contestants participating in the martial meet? If word of this got out, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be slandered. Yang Kai's words had the intention of sending her off. Obviously, Jade Chakram wasn't stupid and understood the meaning behind his words. Quickly taking out a set of beautiful clothes from her space ring, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior's great kindness, Jade Chakram will always remember. I didn't know what to give Senior as a thank you gift, but I just happened to see a set of good clothes in the market and bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer, obviously feeling that it wasn't appropriate for a woman to give a man clothes, but she really didn't know what to give Yang Kai as a thank you gift. Yang Kai's cultivation was obvious, and he had given her an emperor pill to heal her wounds. Obviously, he was quite wealthy. With her financial resources, even if she went bankrupt to buy something, it would probably be of little value to Yang Kai. Rather than waste it, she simply bought a new set of clothes. She had dirted one of Yang Kai's clothes, so giving him a new one could be considered returning the favor. Regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap, it was still a token of goodwill. Glancing at the extremely beautiful clothes, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone had given him clothes, and it was someone he hadn't had much contact with, and a woman at that. If this scene were seen by others, it would be difficult for them not to misunderstand. Staring at Jade Chakram thoughtfully, Yang Kai said lightly, "As the referee of the martial meet, I will be impartial on the stage. Saving you is only part of my duty. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same." The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Yang Kai suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded. "Senior is right." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior. Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes. How could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Yang Kai took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on, mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it, he would definitely look flashy. Yang Kai didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Yang Kai observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest, Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half-turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now. Is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, There is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, Where is it? It's just below a canyon, not far from here. If Senior wants to go, I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction. I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, It doesn't matter. My competition today is over anyway. There's nothing else for me to do. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square, so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand. Senior is too polite. After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Chi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day. Based on her performance at that time, no matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful, and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the dragon gate. If at the end of the martial gathering, someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, The sect has been very kind to me, and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect. After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple? She looked embarrassed, as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just asked casually, that's not what I meant. Oh, Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down. We're here, that's the city square. Chapter 3249. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon, inside the caves, there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the southern territory gathered here, so naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one. But Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped, and he walked directly in with Yu Chua. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place, and their personalities were cheerful and lively, so after arriving here, they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, Senior, what do you want to buy here? Although she was walking backwards, It was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. I want to buy some seeds. Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the wood bead and wood dew's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before, he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds? Yuchua was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this, but after thinking for a while, she said, I know where they are, senior. Come with me. Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd. Like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Yu's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Yu Zhuang also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day, they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. Senior, what else do you want to buy? Jade Chakram blinked at him. Nothing for the time being. Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today. Jade Chakram smiled. Her eyes curved into a crescent shape. It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. After a pause, she said, Then I'll go first. Senior, you should also go back and rest early. Yang Kai nodded, and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the spirit peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Murong Xiao Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Bai, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realm's exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shueting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day, he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, the results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, Nor was it a disciple of the three great forces, but someone from the octagonal door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the octagonal door, Su Zi. This was a huge upset, causing the three great forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Su Zi, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, Su Zi asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible, but Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Su Zi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time, she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the Southern Territory, adding luster to the octagonal door. For this reason, the unknown octagonal door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the octagonal door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of octagonal door's sect master. This time, Su Zi also won first place in the Martial Gathering's individual battle, which brought great glory to the octagonal door. Today, the octagonal door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time, when he and Su Zi fully grew up, they were bound to lead the octagonal door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the Martial Gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the three great sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Su Zi would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui Yi of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top three this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles, only one referee was needed, but in the group battles, 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed. It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder. The ranking was related to the face of each sect, who dared to not pay attention. Azure Sun Temple's disciples were all elites, and no matter what the ranking was in the individual battles, they were invincible in the group battles. In the first few days, they didn't meet any opponents at all, until they met the disciples of the other 2 top sects. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating again when a maid came to report that Yu Chua was asking for an audience. Ever since that day, Jade Chakram had come here every few days. There was a legitimate reason for this visit, the main reason being that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai Yang. At that time, she saw that Yang Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market, so after returning, she asked her fellow disciples to help collect them, and then sent them to Yang Kai. She had already delivered 3 times, and although the things were not expensive, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was not right. This woman's eyes gradually became a little sticky, and Yang Kai was not inexperienced. How could he not know what she was thinking in her heart? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart, and through these days of contact, it gradually showed signs of taking root and sprouting. Although she was very careful to hide it, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not see it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. He really didn't want to provoke any woman now, and the matter with Ji Yao was not clear yet, so he asked the maid to bring her in. Not long after, a head popped out from the door frame, and Yuchua smiled and said, "Senior, did I disturb you?" After several contacts, she found that Yang Kai was not arrogant and was more familiar with him. "Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you?" Yang Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts, they were familiar with each other. Chapter 3250. Yu Chao stuck out her tongue and flashed into the house, taking out an animal skin bag and handing it to Yang Kai as if she was presenting a treasure. "I found some more seeds for you. Take a look." Yang Kai reached out and took it, muttering, "You don't need to find more in the future, it's enough." Yu Chao froze for a moment and nodded, looking a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up and asked, "Senior, why do you collect these seeds?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How could I not pay attention to what Madam told me?" "Madam?" Yu Chao was obviously surprised. "Senior, you have a madam?" How come she had never heard of such a thing? These days, she had inquired a lot about Yang Kai, but there was no information about this at all. Yang Kai nodded, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "I have several." Several. Yu Chao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, her mood suddenly becoming very lonely. She was no longer as lively as before, and when she learned that Yang Kai not only had a madam, but several, she obviously became a little absent-minded, casually chatting with Yang Kai for a while before taking the initiative to leave. Yang Kai sent her to the door, looked at her departing back, and slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal his personal secrets, so he just hoped to cut the Gordian knot. The group battle was still going on in full swing. The more they went on, the more elite they were, and the more intense the fights were. The foundation of many sects in the southern mountain range could be seen through the group battle. The more they could stay at the end, the more powerful the sect behind them was. Naturally, none of the three major forces were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the final three places were contested by the three great forces. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won the competition at the Dao Source Realm level. Although they lost in the competition at the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm, it was not a big deal. The rankings had all been announced, and hundreds of the Emperor Realm's tens of thousands of participating disciples once again gathered in the mountain valley. Xiao Yuyang loudly announced the names of the top 10 in each stage of the competition and the rewards they received. The cultivator and sect whose name was called out all felt proud, while those who failed secretly swore to wipe away their shame at the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering came to an end, but the crowd did not disperse. According to tradition, the Orthodoxy Palace, as the host, would host a banquet on the last night. Whether it was the people from the Emperor Realm who came to hold the line or the tens of thousands of participating disciples, they were all invited. The banquet would be held at night, so it would take some time. Yang Kai returned to his residence. Not long after, the maid came to inform him again that Yuzhua was asking for an audience. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, "Just say I'm not here." Although he hadn't made it clear last time, he had made his intentions clear. Yang Kai didn't know what Yuzhua was thinking, but he really didn't want to provoke her again. The maidservant looked at him curiously, not understanding why Kai Yang had treated Jade so well a while ago. But today, he didn't even want to see her face. However, this wasn't something she could control, so she could only obediently withdraw. Outside the hall, the maid returned and looked at Yuzhua. "Elder Yang isn't here." Yuzhua asked curiously, "I saw him come back." The maid smiled slightly. Perhaps he went out again. Yuzhua obviously didn't believe her. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes, and there was no trace of him leaving. So how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid shook her head and said, "Young lady is too polite." Yuzhua turned around, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around, and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously, and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in this scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, The valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Senior Sister Gao?" He didn't see Gao Shueting. Morong Xiao Xiao replied, "Senior Sister said she was feeling a little unwell, so she didn't come." "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Morong Xiao Xiao blushed a little and said, "It's not a big deal, I just need a rest." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wan Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand, and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. "Brother Luo?" Luo Chen turned to look at him and said lightly, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now, it was Luo Chen who quietly sent him a message, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luo Chen came here to participate in the Southern Territory Martial Meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Bai. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luo Chen was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Morong Xiao Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you," Luo Chen said and led the way. Senior Sister Gao. Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why was she being so mysterious? If Gao Shueting wanted to see him, she could have just come here directly. Why did she ask Luo Chen to pass the message? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai followed behind Luo Chen. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Luo, this isn't the way back." Looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were flying out of Orthodoxy Temple, which made him feel even more strange. However, Luo Chen, who was leading the way, didn't explain at all, which made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. His figure suddenly stopped as he stared at Luo Chen's back. Luo Chen also stopped and looked back at him. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Luo Chen repeated, "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you." Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior Sister Gao want to see me?" Luo Chen said, "I'm only responsible for passing the message. I don't know the specifics." Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before suddenly flipping his hand and taking out a communication artifact. He poured his divine sense into it and contacted Gao Shueting. Luo Chen's actions made him feel a little suspicious, so he couldn't care less about offending Luo Chen at this time. He had to find Gao Shueting and clarify things first. The communication artifact quickly responded. Yang Kai, who had finished his investigation, was stunned. Gao Shueting really wanted to see him, but she didn't say anything and only said that he would know when he got there. After putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai cupped his hands awkwardly at Luo Chen. After all, his actions just now clearly showed that he didn't trust Luo Chen, but it turned out that he was overthinking things. Luo Chen was still the same as before. He didn't say a word and continued to lead the way. After a while, the two of them left Orthodoxy Temple. Naturally, no one stopped them along the way. Luo Chen sped along the way. About an hour later, Luo Chen pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Senior Sister Gao is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "You're not going?" Luo Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai was speechless. Serves you right for not having any friends. No one can get along with this bullshit personality of his. I really don't know how Gao Shueting made him move. Yang Kai looked in a direction. The mountain wasn't far away, so Yang Kai rushed over. When he landed on the top of the mountain, Yang Kai looked around. There was no one around. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but there were no traces of living beings. "Senior Sister Gao," Yang Kai shouted, but there was no response. He felt that tonight's events were even stranger. First, Luo Chun was asked by Gao Shueting to pass a message to him, but now that he was here, Gao Shueting was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she hasn't arrived yet? Suspicious, Yang Kai took out the communication artifact again and poured his divine sense into it. He wanted to ask Gao Shueting, but this time, Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. Just as he was focused on fiddling with the communication artifact, a shadow silently appeared behind him in the darkness. The shadow was like a wisp of black smoke that suddenly appeared without any warning. What was even stranger was that even though it was so close, Yang Kai didn't notice it at all. The shadow slowly condensed into a blurry figure that seemed to disperse in the wind. The figure raised a hand, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed it at Yang Kai's back at an extremely slow speed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The world was quiet, and only the sounds of birds and insects could be heard. Yang Kai was still fiddling with the communication artifact. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't notice the danger behind him at all. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his emperor chi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around, and threw out a punch. Chapter 32:51. A violent burst of chi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Chi. Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating 2 long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace, and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. Otherwise, he would have been in a really bad situation. Hong hong hong. A violent force passed through the dagger and exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai's waist into a bloody mess. He had no choice but to circulate his emperor chi with all his might to resist the power of the explosion. Golden blood filled his mouth as he roared, "Who are you?" He was led here by Luo Qin and had contacted Gao Shueting before coming here, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would be attacked here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. What role did Luo Qin and Gao Shueting play in this whole process? He did not want to think too much about it, but he had to. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis in front of him and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. He could deal with Luo Qin and Gao Shueting later. The dark shadow did not answer and continued to push Yang Kai forward. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense, but he still could not see the true face of this dark shadow. He could not even detect any vitality from it. It seemed that it was really just a shadow and not a physical body. Yang Kai was furious and threw another punch. The black shadow turned a blind eye and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to take effect so quickly. Not bothering to probe further, Yang Kai's space principle surged as he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a muffled groan, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. His brute force had no effect on his opponent, and even his Emperor Qi could not hurt his opponent. If even his space principles were not effective, then he was afraid that this time, he would really be in deep trouble. Fortunately, the law of space did not disappoint him. Under the compression of space, the black shadow was indeed unable to bear it and showed signs of revealing its true body. Cut! Yang Kai roared as a moon blade appeared out of thin air, turning into a beautiful arc that cut through the black shadow's body. A burst of warm blood spread out as the black shadow was cut into 2 halves, but strangely recombined. However, the blurry face clearly showed a painful expression. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, it had injured him. Before Yang Kai could make a second move, the black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he pleased? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched his fist and the space around the black shadow suddenly froze. This move was beyond the black shadow's expectations and could be described as impossible to guard against. Only now did the black shadow realize that this person in front of it was not to be trifled with. No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first. Otherwise, he might have really ruined his plan. Exile! Yang Kai roared, and the space that imprisoned the black shadow began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the black shadow, and an extremely terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to swallow the black shadow whole. This black shadow was too dangerous. Even the moonblade could not kill it. So Yang Kai did not have the mood to investigate its identity. He would kill it first and think about it later. The Exile Secret Technique was a divine technique that could banish the target into a void crack. No matter how weak the black shadow was, once it was banished into a void crack, it would not be able to escape and would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the aura of nothingness and chaos coming from the black hole, the black shadow became a little flustered. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding a powerful artifact and bombarding Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to have helpers, and these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Looking up, he was shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. Every one of them was a face that he had just dealt with recently, and some of them were even faces that he had just met during the day. These people were actually from the Emperor realm that were led by various large sects and families in the Southern Territory to participate in the martial gathering. However, at this moment, the aura coming from these people made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. Looking up, the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black qi. Demonic qi. The scene in front of him was too familiar. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic qi, and their bodies and minds had become the demon race? How could there be demonic qi? In that moment of hesitation, his body was already enveloped by a violent energy. A small bell suddenly appeared, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, enveloping Yang Kai within. The pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts on the bell seemed to come alive, quickly swimming around. The mountains and rivers bell. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Yang Kai did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Yang Kai's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the black shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Yang Kai did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously, they were trying to buy time for the Black Shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting mid-air. This old man was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor Realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. For people rushed out from the left and right sides while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The two sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Yang Kai didn't know which sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the three people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The three people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength and their Emperor Chi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and rivers bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Yang Kai did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his Emperor Chi. First, her Emperor Chi was imprisoned. Then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out, and threw her into the mountains and rivers bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so they didn't continue to fight and instead scattered and fled. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop, watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the two people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. Then, his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Yang Kai in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Yang Kai, and with the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, Yang Kai immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Yang Kai's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Yang Kai's current physique and second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His Emperor Chi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the two wood spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor Realm Master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Yang Kai was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Yang Kai was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The two wood spirits were not only good at healing, but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the two, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color, but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, It made a sizzling sound. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, but when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 3252. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor realm masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today, he realized that the world was so big and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that Black Shadow's sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Yang Kai was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chun had used Gao Shuiting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Chun and Gao Shuiting? Previously, he had contacted Gao Shuiting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the Southern Territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Hong Luo Starfield to fight, the Southern Territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in the martial meet this time, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the Southern Territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yang Kai flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Yang Kai punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Yang Kai. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Yang Kai was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic chi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Yang Kai chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly glowed with a pale red light. Bloodthirst. In that ancient world, Yang Kai had fought with the demon race for many years. He had the experience of saving people who had become the demon race. The bloodthirst could effectively resist the erosion of the demonic chi, and with the help of his wizard spells, it should not be difficult to pull this old man back from becoming the demon race. However, the bloodthirst was formed by stimulating the blood essence of the cultivator. This old man was not young, so his lifespan would be affected. But how could Yang Kai care about this now? He just wanted to quickly understand today's matter and then make plans. The bloodthirst was activated, and the spell changed again. This time, it was exorcism. The old man instantly trembled like a sieve. His face twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. Wisps of black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. The black smoke disappeared as soon as it left his body. It was the demonic chi that had invaded his body. It was all purified by the exorcism. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his power, he still bared his teeth and roared at Yang Kai like a ferocious beast. It seemed that he would not stop until he bit off Yang Kai's flesh. The scene in front of Yang Kai reminded him of his past experience. In that ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race fought each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. If he had not experienced it himself, it would be difficult to imagine how cruel the war between the two races was. But soon, the old man's struggling and roaring subsided. The demonic chi overflowing from his 7 orifices became less and less, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. After a few dozen breaths, the old man collapsed to the ground as if he had been fished out of the water. He blinked his eyes and asked blankly, "What happened?" Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. "Do you recognize me?" The old man's vision gradually focused, and he asked in surprise, "Are you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Don't you remember what happened to you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. After a while, his face changed greatly. This old man just, what happened? He seemed to have some impression of what happened just now. He was not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, "You were eroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race." "When did you become the demon race? How did you become the demon race?" "Become the demon race." The old man's face changed and became extremely pale. He laughed twice and shook his head. "Impossible. This is impossible." He still didn't believe it. He had been chasing those demonic wills in the Southern Territory for many years. He obviously knew what it meant to become the demon race. He had even seen others become the demon race. It was a real change in temperament. They didn't recognize their own family and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment, he felt a little uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Look at the 4 of them." The old man turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the 4 people were still wrapped in the dark demonic chi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. "This afternoon, Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei, and then, I don't remember much." "Feng Ming? Lei Gu?" Yang Kai's face changed. To be called Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei by him, there were probably only 2 people in the entire Southern Territory. If these 2 people were the main culprits, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. "That's right." The old man slowly shook his head. "It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Kai suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Then, he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, "The world is going to change." He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With 4 people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these 4 people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first, and then find Yang Kai to rescue them later. Since that Elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other 4. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere, and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the 3 major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation, forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, saying, "There's news from that side. They failed." Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic qi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic qi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail?" "I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. "Trash." Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him, first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed, and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Yang Kai's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Qin and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Qin and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Qin and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now, it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man, and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the Southern Territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. Chapter 32:53. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect-protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of Southern Territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic qi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the space divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. From the looks of it, although the situation was dangerous, it hadn't reached the point of no return. Yang Kai guessed that when Zishan and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic qi and might be resisting inside Orthodoxy Temple. His figure flickered, and he stopped in front of the great array. Looking around, his eyes widened in anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple, but with the sect-protecting array blocking them, how could they escape? They were all blocked, and many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Others, seeing that there was no hope in escaping, hurriedly returned to find another way out. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. The people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all been reduced to meat paste in an instant, causing Yang Kai to burn with anger. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly froze as he stared at a certain spot a few dozen meters away. On a small slope, a corpse was lying on the ground. The clothes were familiar, the face was familiar, but there was a hole in the chest, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Fresh blood dyed the slope where the corpse was lying. The blood had not dried, the eyes were not closed, and the head was tilted to one side as it lay there motionless. The originally dazzling eyes were now dim and had lost their luster. Jade Chakram. Yang Kai's lips parted as he called out softly, but there was no response. Dead? The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that? Yang Kai simply didn't dare believe his eyes. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ears, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with clean clothes, and the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. Fearing that he would hurt the beauty because of his passion, Yang Kai didn't dare and wasn't willing to entangle himself with her. Thus, he shut the door and put an end to it. However, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope, as if she had some kind of premonition. Before she died, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction, looking at him who had returned after so long. The blood in his body suddenly became bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring at him. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, "Lei Gu!" Several dozen li away, Lei Gu, who was standing in the void, turned his head when he heard this. He coldly snorted, "You actually came back." His eyes flashed, and then he rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's angry roar was clearly heard by quite a few cultivator who were currently running away. Right now, they were gathering towards him from all directions. They stopped in front of him and shouted through the sect protecting Great Formation, "Senior, save us!" Yang Kai looked up and swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone. Lei Gu's tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the void. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Demonic chi wrapped around his entire body. As soon as he appeared, he gently waved his hand. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him, "Hurry and run!" How could they still escape? Lei Gu was a third-layer Supreme Emperor. Now that he had been corroded by demonic thoughts, his bloodthirst had become his nature. An invisible slash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the sect protecting Great Formation. All living beings wailed in grief. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone, but it would make them experience boundless fear before they died. Those miserable screams and wails added endless gloominess to this world. "You still dare to come back?" Lei Gu coldly looked at Yang Kai and sneered. "Sure enough, it was you who did this." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu sneered and said, "So what if I did? What can you do to this king?" Yang Kai glanced at the sect protecting Great Formation in front of him. His boundless anger and guilt were suddenly suppressed. He calmly said, "You think a Great Formation can stop me?" Lei Gu said, "Then you can try." Yang Kai pointed at him, "If I don't destroy your orthodoxy temple, I swear I am not human." At this moment, a person suddenly shouted from inside, "Yang Kai, orthodoxy temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help." Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Wan Zishan's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, "Temple Master, what's the situation inside? It can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Wan Zishan wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, "Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan." Lei Gu suddenly grinned. "Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising." "Rely on you? In your dreams?" Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, "Dragon vein." He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox, to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique and a dragon vein. Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big. But where did this stone golem come from? It looked like a stone fire, but was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation. Yang Kai's figure was towering and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if two mountains were crashing down. Two huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky sect protecting formation was broken by the avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy Temple. No matter how strong the sect protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. His 20-meter-tall body was like a collapsing mountain. He rolled along the way and trees fell down. A rumbling sound came. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Moreover, it was even bigger and caused more of a commotion than him. While tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body and finally stabilized himself. On the other side, the avatar was the same. Their eyes met, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation was very different from the High Sky sects. Lei Gu's side also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising their luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation could reflect brute force, with the strength of the two monsters in front of them, there was probably no formation in the world that could stop their wild attacks. Again, Yang Kai shouted. He took large strides forward. Although he looked clumsy, he was actually extremely fast and arrived in front of the formation. This time, he threw out a punch. Boom. The light screen of the formation caved in again. But this time, a violent force bounced back, causing his arm to go numb. He couldn't help but stagger back. The same thing happened to his avatar. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that something was wrong. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation could actually reflect brute force. No matter how much strength he used, it would reflect the same amount of strength he used. It was simply his nemesis with his avatar. If the High Sky sect's formation was also like this, his avatar wouldn't have been able to break it so easily that day. Ridiculous. Lei Gu sneered when he saw this. The opportunity is right in front of you. You can't blame others if you don't cherish it. When my demon race army flattens this world in the future, don't regret it. Demon race army. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a draconic roar, a golden dragon phantom punched out and hit the light screen of the formation. This time, ripples appeared on the light screen of the formation, but there were no signs of rebound. Yang Kai understood when he saw this. Sure enough, this spirit array could reflect brute force, but it could only resolve energy attacks. In other words, it was impossible to break this spirit array with brute force. This simply made the greatest advantage of him and his embodiment useless. Chapter 32:54. Seeing this, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated and used their respective divine technique to attack the Orthodoxy Temple's array. In the ancient and profound dragon language, the secret techniques of the dragon race transformed into golden dragons that advanced one after another. The flames on the embodiment's body also burned fiercely, turning the place where he stood into a sea of fire that burned the array's light screen. For a moment, the array's light screen rippled and flashed wildly. Legu snorted coldly when he saw this, and a flag appeared in his hand. He waved it and stabilized the array. Although he had been corrupted by demonic intent and his temperament had changed greatly, almost turning him into a completely different person, he could still easily control everything that Legu possessed. This array flag was the main array flag of the Orthodoxy Temple's sect-protecting array. With his ability to control it, the array formation immediately became impregnable. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If the array wasn't broken, how could he enter the Orthodoxy Temple? How could he save Wen Zishan and the others? How could he avenge those who had died? For a moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he had no choice but to ask for help from Star Soul Palace? But if he delayed going back and forth for a few days, who knew what would happen to Wen Zishan and the others? They might be eroded by the demonic qi and become demons. Since Legu dared to make a move at this time, he obviously had great confidence. Turning his head, he saw the embodiment's body burning fiercely and burning the array, but looking at the situation, it was not possible to break the array in a short time, even if he cooperated. Legu said coldly again, "Junior, you've ruined my plans. I'll make you beg for death." This time, there was already a flaw in the plan. Yang Kai was not dead, so the news here would definitely spread. In other words, the plan had failed. Fortunately, the failure was not complete. There were still so many people from the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of cultivator who had fallen into the trap, so it was better than nothing. If so many people were demonized, it would definitely be a force that could not be underestimated. It could open up the next stage of the grand plan. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped and retreated. He coldly glared at Legu and used his technique to shout, "Hall Master, can you hold on for a day?" Legu frowned when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant by giving him this one-day deadline. Judging from the current situation, this boy's best course of action was to go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help, but the journey to Star Soul Palace was long. How could he return in one day? Even if he was proficient in the divine technique of space, he would not be able to do such a thing. When Zishan's voice came from inside Orthodoxy Hall, "We will do our best." Another person's voice rang out, "Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of the heavenly marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qing. He sounded exasperated. He didn't expect Yang Kai to still be here. Yang Kai gazed at Legu and thundered, "All right, you guys should hold on. One day later, we will save you from the sea of bitterness." After saying this, he turned around and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cold corpse on the slope and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it was being gripped by a hand. After a few flashes, he disappeared from Legu's field of vision. After he left, Legu stopped urging the array flags, and the flashing light of the sect-protecting grand array gradually subsided. He turned his head and glanced at the embodiment. Sacred Spirit Stonefire? The embodiment stood tall, looking down at him from across the grand array. Its two eyes were like burning flames, flickering endlessly. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, It was filled with anger and guilt because of Yu's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy so that he couldn't deal with one Zishan and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Grand Array. It would be best if it could break the Grand Array before Yongkai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the Grand Array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble. When have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shihua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yongkai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand, and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yongkai's figure shuttled through the void, and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating while the 4 demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yongkai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang, quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the great emperors. Otherwise, the southern territory will be in danger," Yongkai said hurriedly. "Ah." The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely, "Good." He then pointed to the 4 people and said, "Then they go." Yongkai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew towards Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yongkai waved his hand and took the 4 unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yongkai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yongkai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month, and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Tao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation, but because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yongkai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yongkai disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yongkai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today, Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yongkai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists. "Palace Master." Her gaze suddenly focused on Yongkai's waist, and she asked in shock, "Palace Master, are you injured?" Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. "Where is the head chief?" Yongkai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yongkai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yang Kai in such a state, and hurriedly replied, "The head chief just returned yesterday. She should be resting. Call her over." "Yes." Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Palace Master, please wait a moment. The head chief will be here soon." Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yang Kai asked, "How many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now?" Hua Qingxi blinked and said, "Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory or the entire High Heaven Palace?" "The entire Northern Territory." "Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master?" "Murder, revenge, extermination." Yang Kai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, "If there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem." During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other 3 sects and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the 4 top sects working together, who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. "Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here. After half a day, I'll come and pick you all up." Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me, when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." "Yes." Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. They were both confused. Hua Qingxi said, "What happened to the palace master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I'm not sure. He didn't say anything." Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.